believe that's AFP.
Step up.
Check 1 2.
Time to roll. Number shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh yeah.
Well, again,
Monday to Friday when the floor
receives
is
about 50% of energy needs.
Captain Jim James, help you cut that.
US Trade Representative Grid saying the US and China agreed on a work plan for potential.
Check 1 2. Mic check. Check.
China receiving energy from the Gulf.
Green and red glow. He's steering this ship on the stock market show. It's the stock market show. Where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show.
Check. Mic check.
Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm. From the open roar to the last trade goes, he's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey.
On the Chinese taking an active role in the Strait of Hormuz.
Great, thanks guys, we appreciate it. Have a good.
That was our guy there, Besant. Good morning, happy Monday to you all.
Log on, lock in, get that trigger pulled on. Trigger.com.
Sticking now.
Trigger.com. Trigger.com.
1 2.
US crude futures fall more than $4 to an intraday low of $94.31 per barrel.
We got a nice little bump off the open, 672, 674. They're going to try to pound it down on that number. If you're looking for the opening bell here, let's quickly go over to, I don't have it, well, I had it done this morning and then I deleted everything. I just wanted to take a look at it once more in this open. It's a new week, so we have new weekly data coming through for Gamma and for the for SPOOs. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hang tighter, guys. Let me just scoot over here. Hope everybody's doing well off this bell. This should be popping. Just a quick preview. Wrong chart here, but this should be popping up like so. There's 670. We should hit this one, and then hit this 672 up here. So just keep an eye on that. We should not sell off the bell unless we're grabbing some liquidity down below at 665.81 possibly. Likely higher though. Likely at 667.31. Excuse me here for just a minute. So we're going to take a look at the entire market. Let's just switch over to this. I missed this thing. Hold on here. Apologize for that. My little infographic and music. Okay, we're back on that same screen. We're going to switch over to the month. Over the weekend, we did have, I don't know if I should get into this while I'm drawing this. I can get into it if you want. Just make sure I got this correct here. And I'll put the MOC up, the MOO up. I said MOC. And I never put the MOO up, so I'll try to put that up in the Discord here. Give me just a second. Save. Okay, so we did over the weekend have didn't get too crazy over the weekend, which is good to see. We do have a slightly better plan from the White House coming out. Concepts of a plan. Put this right here. Even if it's not a plan that you want or like, or I like or want. So and there wasn't anything too crazy over the weekend. Iran didn't do too much crazy over the weekend either. We'll talk more about that as the morning goes on. We're going to do an Iran update. We're going to do, we have to do a quarterly OPEX update and major trend changes, what they look like. Escaping a major trend change or escaping a major trend change. If we're beginning a big trend down, we have to find out what it would take to not get sucked into this major trend change that could have carry-on, knock-on effects for weeks and weeks thereafter, if not months. So the targets down below here: 649, 649.49, 648.23. I don't know that this matters as much. We've got this like 672.65. We can watch this one if you want. These are kind of key right here, these white lines that I'm drawing. If you don't think we're going any higher, especially on this open. We'll put these up here just to take a peek. And then we've got the daily here. Oh, sorry about that. We want to watch. I don't think we can get above either of these two. And if we do, it could have huge implications into OPEX. Or not huge, but just violent upside moves into OPEX. So we'll talk more about that as we get into this morning. We're going to look at this daily right here. There's this daily right here. We can bring this up a little bit. That daily right there, this daily right here. This is no-go zone right here too. Both of these are.
1 minute now until we get the market on open imbalance.
I just had it. All right, I guess that's the preliminary. I'll try to give you another one here in just a minute. This is the daily right here.
The EU imposes sanctions on Chinese and Iranian.
Should be where all the liquidity is grabbed to go down. All in this zone right here. So the thesis here is over Friday and into the first downstroke on Sunday morning. You figure or not figure, but let me show it to you up here.
10 seconds for the move.
So this is the SPX. This was SPX Gamma on the close on Friday, and this was the bottom of the options market here.
Market on open.
You expect that puts will be closed and either rolled here or more down, or they're looking for a higher high to roll their puts even deeper. So we can get some upside movement here. But you're gonna expect people to roll out their positions. My point being, roll out their positions today, tomorrow, Wednesday. Normally, you'll get a squeeze on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or if we've been down all week long. And then what we'll do is we'll load again for more downside price action. Let me get down here, back into this zone down here, just so we can see this. Go to a 4-hour here. This is where it all is, right up here. Targets right here, 671.60. These two 4 hours I'm not too concerned about. It's mostly this one right here. Should be like a 2. Back to a 1. Right about there. I'll draw these into 2 points so you can see them here at home. You got a new high here. This is 10 a.m. Come on now. This one should go right 669, 667 and a half. Have that quarter hour triggers coming up too. You see it? 70 and then 670. This should fail right in here. That one right there. It'll be fascinating to watch this one, this daily, this price action at
2%. This is following RBC hiking the price target to 525 from 425.
This is gonna be an interesting day because
Spot 3 after reports that the company is planning new layoffs affecting 20% or more of their workforce.
this zone right here is going to matter. So this zone right here is going to matter. This is my one problem is here is we should fail this. I'll leave this up over here, but this should fail. There's no guarantees, of course, that it doesn't. You don't want to be long up here. You can be long here, of course, and buy the dip to go up here. This should, 1, 2 to get above, and then down. The bigger question is, where do we wind up? Do we abjectly fail 672.65, or do we pop up and hit, break this daily red candle or red resistance, or even this one up here? These are two key levels: this 672.65 and 675. And I'm not going to put anything above this. These are key levels. If we're able to get up here, it does open the door for a swing lower and maybe a violent move up. If we fail this, if we abjectly fail this, I think that what we're going to do is come back down here and get the party started again. What we'll do is we'll sweep back down here. We'll take out that low right there. And we'll be party time all the way to the downside again. And of course, this is into Wednesday's rate decision. So this isn't good, is it? Well, not good. We just want to see what the price action is in here. I'm going to assume that we're gonna fail before we get to 672.65. And I doubt we get past 675.24. Maybe we'll watch it and pay attention. But if we hit either of these two, I would expect this to hold. If we hit this one right here, I would expect to hold likely right in here somewhere. Hit the one way above. I still think we come down here, but I think it'll hold and go higher. So we'll just put this in the downstroke for right now, and we'll erase this this gap down below as we come into I believe this should be like somewhere inside of opex, like coming down into opex, floating down sideways in opex. So you've got the expectation for this morning off the bell. The way is higher. We're going to move over to 1 minute right here. If you took the trade off the bell, congrats. Just want to watch this closely here. Now remember, as we come into these rejection points, you want to get out and you want to wait and see what happens. This is a 4 hour. These are both 4 hours to take us higher later in the day, and potentially even into tomorrow. Just back over here. Hope you all had a good weekend. I took the weekend off. I needed like my brain to defragment, for lack of a better word. I've been putting in like days and hours and days and hours and days and hours. So I spent the weekend away from any kind of anything related to computers. It's just like, get the fuck off the internet. Let's see what happens as we come up into this 10 a.m. See what these flows look like if they propel us higher. There's potential here for, this is where your hourly and your half-hour triggers. I left these down here in case we get swept down there early. We may not get swept down here until later in the day, like 1 p.m. So we can push all this stuff over. The thesis here being that we should go up here and trade this, right, up into 10. What we're looking for is like can't go down, no, can't stop, won't stop, right? And then go up here and try to smash this one out, try to take that one down. So we'll just keep watching this. I gave more time here for buyers and bulls than they might need. Sometimes we can just go vertical all day long on Mondays. So we'll watch this closely here, see what happens. Just use your rules. You know the usual stuff. We're above the 1 minute trigger. It's bullish on the way higher. We haven't had a bear cross in the 1 and 5 minute trigger yet, so just keep an eye out. There is some resistance above. Probably see it right here. You can see it right there, but if we can break above that stuff, we'll start blasting higher. Overall, top line, try to trade 672, 674 before a roll to the downside or sideways and then down into the rest of this week. We've got a bunch of stuff we got to look at. We've got like expiration stuff, quarterly OPEX, quarter end, Iran. So we've got a ton of stuff to look at. The one thing I want to make very clear to you out there, if you are looking like, hey, this is the bottom, we're gonna go to all-time highs and all that kind of shit, that is not what this is. This is an operation to get short again. So just be aware that we are still in sell the rip. We're not in buy the dip. We are not above. Price is not above the hourly trigger. The hourly trigger is not above the daily trigger. All that kind of stuff. So we kind of need all that stuff. We're actually underneath the weekly trigger. Just note that there are sellers looking to roll into a new short for this week to print to the downside on Friday. Friday and then beyond, of course. Just keep that in mind as we're going higher right now. We're going to start chatting about a few things here. Just a few seconds here to get some stuff lined up for you. I've got a few things I got to do here. The next thing we're going to look at here is SPX Gamma. Let me just spin this up and get some data. It's new data for a Monday. Some of this, I mean, top line on Iran, you might think that nothing's firming up on China, but it is. You've got. I don't know if I should maybe I should just bring up a map of Iran. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I can just tell you about why it's shaping up right now. So we had a lot of uncertainty last week, and the market hates uncertainty. It's clear as day that the market hates uncertainty from the White House. They want a plan. I think we harped on that all last week. There is a plan. If you can't put it together, it shouldn't take much to put it together. Late last week, we announced Marines 2,500, and then I think it became 5,000. being sent to the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz. If you don't know much about the Persian Gulf, I don't know how to describe it to you. Maybe just draw a map or whatever. There are U.S. ships inside of the Persian Gulf. To get out of the Persian Gulf, there's the Strait of Hormuz. If you were in Kuwait, you'd be looking northwest, and you'd see Iran. Now, there are U.S. ships inside of the Persian Gulf. If you were to look like west, and you see Iran, right? If you start to look southwest, you would see the Persian Gulf, and then you would see the Strait of Hormuz. I think I got that right. Anyways, outside of the Strait of Hormuz, in the Gulf, there are also American ships. Now we have this announcement that Marines are coming, and we also had Kang Island. Shouldn't say that, but get bombed last week heavily, and then continue to get bombed over the weekend. And the idea here is that do the Marines go to that island? More than likely not. And I want to put some. I want something to click for you here if I can. If you recall, over the past month or two, I think not the past 3 weeks, so the last month and a half, 3 months, but before the last 2 weeks, there were news stories that were breaking out of the southwestern United States that the U.S. was using lasers on the border with Mexico. And they were claiming that they were shutting down airspace and that they were shooting drones out of the sky, and they were blaming it on cartel drones. Are there cartel drones? Yeah. Were they using it for the cartels? I'm starting to think not. It's the perfect border to run those weapons against another country, either by ship, aircraft carriers, and then maybe by beach. So if you were to enter the Strait of Hormuz and just look to your right, you'd see Iran. If you were to bring these Marines in here, remember, we don't have to go this deep over here either. We can go straight down. We can go right down to the 5 minute. Keep bashing and smashing higher and higher here. Now, the idea here is that what this looks like at this point is Israel's saying they got like 3 more weeks. You likely have U.S. ships with the capability, either through lasers, EMP, something, to literally knock planes out of the sky. If not blanket, direct it. But blanket would not shock me either. Where you're just saying no to the air coming up in this one direction as ships transit this strait. So that's what I assume the plan is. Now, when you bring in the Marines, you're going to need them on ships. You're going to need them on that Kang Island. You're going to need them along the coast of Iran. And you have a buildup that's taking place right now that's very much less talked about of other forces within the United States that are being deployed in that region that doesn't have a lot of public acknowledgement. It's not just the Marines that are going there right now. There are other branches of U.S. military that are being called up in mass at this moment. It's not a big topic. It's not very public, but it is happening. And you have a lot of information control right now too, right? You notice that too, right? It's a lot of no information, and then a lot of information that's only coming from excuse me for 1 second here. I got a trade on here. I think we can go higher. I think we can go higher here. So, you've got more than likely other U.S. troops being amassed in other countries and in Kuwait. That's another country too. Iraq, Kuwait, maybe even Oman, Saudi Arabia. You've got Israel looking to continue to pound Iran, and you probably have other troops, and you have the Marines coming, and you have a bunch of ships coming right now too. So this is a little bit more clear that the idea that we're going to take over the strait one way or another, and that is with partners or with no partners. It doesn't matter. And normally you'll get that partnership one way or another, even if publicly it's not. It doesn't sound like you're getting that partnership.
Now.
You're still likely going to get that partnership. Now, there are some snags in this. If you don't get the partnership, if anything goes wrong and you don't get the partnership, something like that, the U.S. could then do more brutal attack. Believe it or not, I don't think there's an out for the U.S. I don't think that that's on the cards. Everyone's like, oh, we're giving the U.S. an opportunity to back away. I don't know how people don't get this through their heads that the U.S. does not do that ever, never has, never will. I don't know why that is. So I think that's wishful thinking. I wish that would happen. Is it going to happen? More than likely not. So just be aware of here's your 4 right here. I think what you're going to see is you're going to see another push by the United States of America, with partners or without. Now, the fact that there's a plan, though, does help in a positive way for volatility. But you should expect a ton more volatility in this. Not only that, I think this morning Vietnam and I don't know if it was Laos or not. Don't hold me to that, but some Southeast Asian countries just banned the export of jet fuel. You should expect the same soon from like Japan, Korea, and other countries. Watch this closely here. Tag the first one and the first 4 and the second 4 right here. This is good. Means that any pullbacks here should be bought, and we should now trade 671.60. 671.60 next target on board. So this is outstanding. We hit these two. This opens the door to higher highs. Trade the 4-hour above. Get rid of these. That's all that needed to be done. Next target is 671.60. Whoops, sorry about that. Back. That was. Now, that doesn't mean that everything is good. We got a plan. U.S. got a plan. Everything's going to be fine. There's way more danger in that plan if something were to go wrong. Also, you're not spreading around risk to other nations. Now, those other nations might supply weapons or ammunition without saying anything publicly. But not their own ships, not their own troops. It's not like you have deaths across multiple countries. It's all from the United States or the U.S. and Israel, and that can taint the will of people, citizens. More deaths, more angry people get at home in the United States. So the U.S. doesn't want that to happen. They want to put that risk across many countries, less KIAs, WIAs in action. Wounded in action, killed in actions on our side. So, though we have a little bit less volatility over the weekend, the Rand didn't go too crazy over the weekend. They did show they did some propaganda over the weekend showing drones getting through, but I'm not paying too much attention to that. You want to be paying closer attention to, does the U.S. back down? Does the U.S. get partners? And when does the U.S. kick off this this next operation in the Strait to escort super tankers of all these different commodities through the Straits? Now, I told you last week that these next 2 weeks, due to the closure, you're going to start to see breaks in economies beginning this week. they should grow as the weeks go forward and the strait is still quasi shut down, which no one can seem to answer some of these questions even now. I still keep hearing it's been mined, and then I keep hearing other ships are getting through, so I don't buy for a minute that it's been mined. Or if it's been mined, maybe it was mined along a coastline or something on some kind of mooring. That would make some sense, so they can claim that they drop or put some mines in the water. But they're not just floating around in the strait at this point. So we have to talk more about that this morning. But I want you to understand at this point that this whole Hormuz thing, Iran, it has not been solved. There's a little bit more clarity in what's going to happen. The U.S., I would say, has improved slightly. Their information or disinformation propaganda. They've done a little slightly better job on getting information out there. I spent some time this weekend listening to a Clear Channel state talk radio. Now, I'm not a Republican, and I'm not MAGA, but I did listen to a Clear Channel talk radio over the weekend. I was working outside my yard, and I wanted to understand the information pipeline as it's comes through a channel or a TV or radio or whatever that's confirmed to be controlled or be heavily influenced by the White House. And the message was clear. A lot of what we talk about here in this show or the street talks about or Twitter is not inside of that conversation. So the White House is clearly to the bread and butter, like, I don't pay attention to Twitter, you're mold, I'm a boomer, whatever that may be. That information that's being streamlined to them is clean. That's what it is. They're not hearing any of the other noise. And the things that they are allowing their viewers to hear are being discussed in a way that doesn't pretend that anything is wrong, that everything is fine. This will be solved as quickly as possible. So the base is good right now. So I wanted to just see the rest of the information. Are they getting this information out the way they want to? Is there enough information? And it seemed like a little bit of the tap was opened over the weekend for these newspapers to run stories. And that's one of the biggest things the U.S. has here, or one of the biggest problems for the U.S. And I realize that some people are like, the fake news and blah, 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 this and that. But when you don't give the entire news something to talk about, they're going to find something to talk about. And that's what they did the past 2 weeks with not enough information. They're listening to sources of real garbage information, right? Or one-sided coming out of Iran or some of their surrogates. And so that dominated the news cycle last week. This weekend, I was impressed with at least information for talk or discussion or opinion, whether you agree with it or not, but just to have information for discussion in the news. And I think that might help some of the volatility at this point. For how long? I don't know. And then we have to deal with the volatility this week of the Fed meeting. We have to deal with the volatility of expiration, quarterly OPEX, and something even bigger. And we'll get into the first part of this. So I think I've done enough on the Iran stuff. I'll go over it more in detail later today and over the course of this week. One of the bigger things we got to talk about here is the importance of the options market. It's not it's not that the options market controls everything, but it controls a lot of our market. And we have economic cycles, business cycles, we have seasonality, and then we have accumulation, distribution, basically, right? We're going to accumulate, we're going to distribute. And when you're in accumulation or distribution, you're likely buying calls, selling puts. When you're in distribution, you're selling calls, you're buying puts. Did I say that right? Selling calls, buying puts, buying calls, selling puts. You get what I'm saying, right? And we get tied in. The market gets wound up into these expirations. And you've got yearly and you've got, there's only so many options available the farther out you go. So you'll see like options will be released on big zeros and big fives and on big expiries. These expiries usually fall on the end of a month or an OPEX. This is where options go to die on OPEX. And options also, to an extent, go to die on month end in a big way. And then you've got yearly expiries. You've got 6-month expiries. Excuse me. 6-month expiries, 3-month expiries, 1 month, 1 week, in 1 day, 3 days, 1 day, inter-week expiries, and they all kind of matter in their own world. And they're like, so if your own world, you've got these expiries that matter on the time frame that they're on. If an expiry that's for an intraday kind of a thing, you're in a 90% of the time you're in this range, you're range bound. This 1 sigma move range. Sometimes you get like 10% of the time to 3% of the time you're going to get a 2 or 3 sigma move, respectively, on an intraday basis, but it's very rare. And when the market's more free to move within that time frame, as these expiries happen, and sometimes that move happens the closer we get to the expiry. Sometimes it's after the expiry. It's hard to time those impacts of no longer having to delta hedge those positions. And then, even though you get more and more wound into these expiries, you have things that happen. Things happen positive, things happen negative, and you'll see options change and real money buying or selling change. Be no more buying, selling in all scenarios, that kind of stuff of equities. That can impact the market as well. So we're coming into QOPEX, and I'm going to give you something top line here.
PBS says the oil price will drop like a rock as soon as it's over, referring to the Iran conflict.
We're going to look at
comments on deploying ground troops.
See if I can open something.
Keep in mind, we're just 1 minute away from the top of the hour. We get the US NAHB Housing Market Index, forecast 37 on the prior 36. So again, data coming out at the top of the hour in just less.
Yeah, second, I'm going to look at a different chart. No, I don't want the lead. I want the thing. No VX.
And Trump on this PBS piece as well says that the war will end soon.
War will end soon. I agree with that war is going to end soon. I don't think that I think that the more days that pass, the more it's going to look like some kind of it's going to be ugly. It's going to get messy. So I think more aggression will be used. Now, we have to look at something that's important here.
38 higher than forecast, 37.
Normally, when we start a quarter, over the next 3 months, depending upon the new information that comes into the market, right here, top right. Depending on the information that comes into the market over the course of a quarter, like let's say we start a quarter, right? And we're going up. Let's pretend this is a new quarter. We're going up, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up. We're still in this trend right here. Let's say some bad news comes into the market, blasts us down. Trying to change direction. You need to get far enough away from trend to actually change direction to the downside. You have to break trend. It's like a magnet to an extent. When you're looking here where we are right now, our current trend August right here. Back over there. You don't really need to do too much here. You just kind of figure this is trend somewhere in here. right? So this is what trend going up. We break above trend. We get sucked back down into trend. We go back up, up, up. We get sucked back down into trend. And now in this case, we're under trend. And there's something important here. We're coming into a quarterly OPEX. If you're going to come into this quarterly OPEX and here's Friday. This Friday close.
Global AI plans to deploy Nvidia Vera Rubin.
We got the beginning of the month right here. 2 matters.
Oil futures extending losses with US crude down by 5% and $5 a barrel.
Right here. Let's check these really quick. The wrong date. This is OPEX. There. This is the 18th. This is, we're going to do 9 a.m. I guess 8 a.m. we'll do. We have Vixpiration. Quarterly Vixpiration right here. Quarterly OPEX. This is month end. And you can kind of see we're below trend right now. I don't have any other indicators up here, nothing like this. You need to be breaking if we're going to continue down, trade 650, 640, 620, 600, all these big bad boys down here. This or even this down here. What you need is price to break low enough or stay low enough into Vixpiration or QOPEX or even month end, so that when all of these options go to die and people are going to roll their positions, they're going to either be rolling them negatively outside of the normal negative hedging. This is more positional. And also not looking higher. Like, hey, I'm going to buy a bunch of equities here.
10-year bond yields extend their fall down 10 basis points.
I'm going to buy a bunch of equities here, right? Get some put protection, and we're out of here to the upside, staying in trend, right? Or we underneath, and I'm like, you know what? We're far out of trend right now. We're looking down. Not only am I going to hedge this way, but I'm not going to buy any equities here. If anything, I'm going to start selling equities. Trend followers, COTs, hedge funds, family offices, banks, you name it. And the more we're outside, the farther away we're from trend, the more bearish these events become. What you're really looking for here is to be coming into these events, up here so you can blast down and buy the dip, escaping into your next quarter. And currently we're not there, are we? Currently, now let me bring up this. Bring up these triggers, can I? Bring up the triggers. There we go. Let's just watch triggers really quick. And just so you can see where these triggers are coming up here, you see this daily trigger is acting as a door that's closing trend.
Germany's 10-year government
now see it, right?
5 basis points to around 2.93%.
So we're looking and coming into these, coming into expiration, right? Like up. VIX's on Wednesday, and we also have FOMC. I should have put that in there. You got FOMC down here. And the setup here is to go up and down into expiration, right? Slam us down into expiration and daily momentum looking negative. And then when you come into month end, this isn't looking good, is it? Unless we can get back into trend before we get into these big rolling of positions, it's not going to be good for the month of March. So you want to be paying very close attention to two things here. First one would be if you're a seller, you're looking to sell the daily trigger over here, right up here. And I want you to also watch this up here.
And IEA's chief Birrell says, despite a huge release, we still
I want you to watch.
stocks left.
I want you to watch where this high was taken up here. So even if you're coming up here, you're smashed down, up, right, down, and then all of a sudden up and down. So if you are a bear, you're up here trying to find one of these highs on Vixpiration, on month end. Remember, new month flows, right? So if you get like new month flows, normally to go up, you're looking for a high in this case to take down into the next month.
And IEA's
that makes sense?
Can do more later as
so if you're a bear, seller, or anything like that, where are you right now? You're higher, right? Somewhere up in here. You can see it right here. You can also see where they're going to try to stop. See it right in there. See it right from these prior right here, right in there, right in there. And they're going to try to stop this recovery back into trend. Now, if they're able to get us back up in here, let's say we go back here.
Birrell says additional barrels are flowing.
Okay, we're down there. We're smashing higher. And we're shit cocked back out, spat back out over here. Right? Smash. So that daily trigger, you're up here at like 681, 685, 688, somewhere up there, maybe even 692, 90, up in here.
The conflict continues for a while longer.
For liquidity to take this thing downtown. Now, if the market is able to get back up into this new quarter.
And IEA's Birrell says it will take time for global energy trade to recover.
Let's say you want to be up here. And you can catch something like this. And anything begins to improve, like conditions with Iran into March, now into April. Yeah, you could say, let's get long again. We're feeling good about this. Daily trigger's back in line.
That's the 10-year yield. 6.3 basis points at around 4.221%.
If you can't get deep enough, we can get our asses back up in a trend. Not too bad, right? I guess I tapped that too early. We're out of here for the rest of the year. Something like this one, 2, sweep back down, close it down here. That's your doom hedging, back up again. This is what really matters. Are we in trend into these events or not? I don't care if we get the hedging that's doomed down here. I really don't. Because you're not going to be buying this dip anyways. You're going to be trying to buy that dip. If it fails and we roll, you don't care. But you want to be finding out if we're in this trend. This is what really matters here. Are we in trend or not? Or are we being sucked in, down, and underneath? Told no, maybe one more grasp up here. Totally different than being above and in trend here. So big demarcation. Are we above? Or are we underneath? Flopping around to go downtown. Are these sellers stronger than these buyers? Big question heading into QOPEX, expiration, month end, quarter end, all larger questions. And I think you're gonna get this time period between now and into the first week. You figure today is the 16th. You're gonna get from now into expiration, OPEX, QOPEX, month end to find the end to this hostility or the development of what I talked to you about earlier. Marines show up, Army shows up, the Army shows up, boots on the ground everywhere. This would be something where we invade the coast of Iran, and only in the effect of, literally in the effect of would probably invade Tehran, and then set up some kind of land-based units along the coast to cover the air from Iran's side to allow the transit of tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. does not need to take out Iran. They just need to stop drones in the sky. I don't know how they do that. I did notice that they were doing this in Texas and Arizona very recently, and maybe they know something about tech that we don't know about. That's my expectation here, is they were dropping that information to you on public just enough so that you could know that they could shut down airspace. If they found anything in the sky, can they shoot it out of the sky? I think there was a moment, I think 2 weeks ago in Texas, where by I believe San Antonio, where they shut down the airspace and they tested to see if they could knock down anything unauthorized in flight during that time period, and they did. They shot down a bunch of shit during that few-day period that they were testing. I'm assuming that test has something to do with what's going on in Tehran, or not Tehran, in what they're trying to implement in the Gulf and along the coast of Iran. So, if they can do that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and I think you just heard it on the squawker up there, that if a solution is found, the market would go violent upwards. So here's the next setup for that to take place. If they're able to get control of the strait, yeah, we're going to do something like this, believe it or not. Now, do I have that as where we're headed? No. So the opus of the thought here is that the U.S. is going to fail at this, and the market is not poised for that solution. The market is actually poised for this right here, for some kind of a rejection up here and failure by the United States. Somewhere in here, and get sucked back down into your expiration and your FOMC, plunge down, right?
With UK 10-year yields.
Come back up for 670 for OPEX. So I think even 655 for OPEX. Come back up. And then you're going to get pounded again to the downside, and it's going to get really fucking ugly down here. It's going to get really fucking messy. So we want to watch very closely over this next couple days. We want to see what this rejection looks like above. And this is where your current sellers are up here. So like your old gym bros, they're parked here and they're parked up here. This is at 677.56 and 676.72. And if we drag, that number goes down more and more and more. There's your expiration. Right back up for your QOPEX. It's a big mess to the downside. So we want to watch the U.S. very closely here over the next few sessions, and leading into the next 3 to 10 sessions. We want to be watching the U.S. very closely, as this setup here is set up for all of these other countries like Vietnam, Korea, Japan. You're going to start to hear countries saying, we're going to stop doing this, we're going to start doing that, we're going to shift all of our fuel, lubricants, and other commodities for building wherever we can to try to triage. And the fallout will start to compound quickly. And in that compounding of quick fallout, you can see just over the next 2 weeks, you can see that we should start getting shanked here if there is no, solution by the U.S. or their partners, however there may be. We are poised here to start selling aggressively. into March and mid-April, and pricing in um, the coming economic pain in the next 2 weeks. It literally should only take about 2 weeks. And I think this morning was the first crack that you witnessed. I'll show you the article here. I'll read the byline from it. Vietnam braces for flight cuts from April after China, Thailand ban jet fuel exports. This is the first crack. It was 9 hours ago. You should begin to hear more negative news like this as the days, not weeks, it should be like days progress. You should start to hear more and more, or read more and more, watch more and more articles just like this jet fuel exports being banned. And I like the idea of banning jet fuel exports. So it shouldn't be something that's immediate doom. It should take days, if not weeks, for the real damage to be done. But just be aware that it's there. Be aware that as we continue to get that information go public, it will begin to affect all manner and all aspects of business around the world as we move forward. Okay, so you understand the idea behind trend change. These are very important concepts here. These trend change things, and the reason I bring them up is because oftentimes you'll hear sub-sellers out there will tell you something like, sub-sellers will oftentimes tell you like, "Are we going to crash on OPEX?" And when we have not changed trend enough, the answer to that question every time is no, like 90%. No, and you shouldn't even be telling people that. And we're here where we are right now. That argument that after this quarterly OPEX, can we change trend direction? Fuck yes. For where we are in price at this moment, on open this morning, this is what you want to see if you want to see a major trend change. You want to see price action like this. Before we ever get to OPEX, quarterly OPEX, or OPEX doesn't matter, of expiration month end. So just note that the market is being put on a plank, and they're being told, walk on the edge of that fucking plank. And if I fucking don't hear this and don't hear that, we're going to begin selling as soon as this option cycle ends and new options come out. You might get a big squeeze for a minute after that. You could see something where everything gets really crazy down here. You get your first hammer down here at 50. Big squeeze up once it gets delta hedged. And then more bad news as the weeks progress, and we'll start making our way lower over here. But the setup is definitely here. You can probably see it somewhere down in here. I'll just show it to you. So it's somewhere. It ain't far. We're on probably should be on the daily here. Let me check. Somewhere right in here. There's your 650. Somewhere right down there, 650 for month end, and then thereafter you'll end up getting your squeeze, and then you'll come back down here into April, and you'll trade the 40s somewhere down here in the next OPEX cycle, like end of April, somewhere down here, 640 to the downside. Okay, let's get back to the main screen here so you can just trade this. Apologize. Looking to take out our next target is this one right here. 672.60. And then we want to see if we can come up here and trade 671.60, then 672.60. I just don't think we're going to go above into 672 and 673. If we do, it'll be fascinating because it will tell us that the market has a chance. All we need to do is tag this one right here. Expect some kind of a roll after we hit 671.60. tag that one right there. R1 is, or R2, excuse me, is at 677. So we can catch this pop up here. Trying to trade 671, 672. Watch this prior high closely here. QCOM setting off an alert. Crossing down the horizontal line I have written in there. QCOM, 1 month. Keep an eye on QCOM for an up move. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm assuming that it came down to one of our buy zones. Just take a look at it here and see. We've got QCOM at a buy zone of 125.90. Just check it really quick. QCOM, I've got an alert at 129.28 and 130.21. There's one more target underneath that I didn't draw in, but it's 117.91. We're going to go over SPX Gamma next. You've got expectations. You've got a top line on QOPEX of expiration and month end, quarter end. You've got positioning for the day that's up to 672 and potentially 674. I don't know that we can get that high. we can potentially. This 675 matters. The 662.65 will tell us if we can go up into 674. You can see the sellers already trying to come in here at 10 a.m. Do you see them up here? This is 10 a.m. Trying to sell, trying to sell, trying to sell. We really want to see the market go higher quickly. Like, we want this to hold and have higher highs until 12 p.m. if possible, and 1 o'clock. We want this to go up, trend day up, not down. SPX for today, Gamma. We're going to switch over to SPX Gamma. Let me just set it up here in the background so you don't have to watch me draw it in. Maybe you should. I don't know. Hold on here. Gamma Flip was at 679364. It's now coming back down again. It's at 672. Or excuse me, 6772. 77. Still come down. Let's look at it together. I'll do it with you guys. Go up here so you guys can see it happen. So you guys get more tangible. Smooth's a little wobbly here. How do I go to the top? Here's SPX. We're coming into some resistance on the weekly trigger right now. Get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. Nice big fat gap that needs to be closed down below, but we already know that we're going to do this at some point. Gamma Flip has dropped to 6772.77. Current price 6714. This is 6700 is a big support level here. Even though it's bearish, it's puts. $6,500 is the new bottom. Do this really quick. This has changed. Already seeing some weakness. Weekly targets right here. Actually not as big as I thought it was. don't see anything down there. Four, five. Let me just check this really quick. 500. 700. There's a small gamma bar under here too. There's a smaller one, like 667, right in there. $66.50. Kind of it right here for the bulls. $700. This is a big, like, this is the wall. This is where bears want us underneath this. 750, 800, 150. This is the you shall not pass line. This is the fuck you line right here. Where the bears are. Let's do it like this. Big sellers right here. Little sellers right here. Right where we are. And the door is being closed on 7,000. This big sellers. This big sellers right here. This wall right here, 6,800. It's a huge wall. Call that a call wall. Well, it's a put wall too. Big wall. There's a giant wall here now. So what they're trying to tell you here is if you're going to buy dips here, the chance of you buying a dip like this last one down here, this is the place to buy the dip down here. The door was being closed above. So now they're telling you if you're going to buy another dip, it's you can do some of this intraday stuff, but your better bet is down here, 66 and 6,500. Trying to tell you is here. This from last week. This is the best that you could expect. And that's only if this holds. It's only if that holds, but if not, you can attempt that one. Ultimately, the way is lower. Little seller smashed down to this one right here. And then maybe you can get up here. Maybe. I don't think it matters. I think it's going to be bam, 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 bam down here. And smashing down on this Friday here as this gamma comes off the market into quarterly OPEX. The takeaway here is you're trying to sell. This is where you're trying to sell right up here. Watch this here. This one was down here. I think we reach all the way down here as this crosses. Then we're going to trade this whole move right here. Let's see if the 12 o'clock gang will pick it up. This half-hour trigger will blast up here. Should get picked right back up again. So you can see it. Where is that? It's 12 p.m. 66.50 right here. Watching for this half-hour trigger to cross the hourly trigger. Some gaps down below that need to be closed as well down here. Look for the turn down here somewhere. Reading some of this stuff from Trump here. I don't see One second, I'm going to go warm my coffee up here. I usually have a warmer going, but I don't have it going on this morning. Give me a second here. Trump declines. The war will end soon. Trump declines to comment on deploying ground troops in Iran.
Trading has been halted in a key contract on the LME. So again, that's trading halted in key contracts on the London Metal Exchange. So again, re that LME story then, as trading has been halted in key contracts on the London Metal Exchange. So trading in copper, zinc, aluminum, and other contracts have been halted on the LME. A spokesperson for the exchange was not immediately able to comment when reached by the phone by sources. The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $7.1 billion and 6-month bills total $6.2.
Give me a couple more seconds here, guys. Trying to plug in my coffee warmer here. Just wait on these flows at 12 p.m.
So an LME spokesperson says the LME is aware of the issue and is working to resolve it.
Just check this this 6-month really quick because it determines rate cuts here. It's not showing anything here for a cut. Check 3-month really quick.
In
Little-
10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 3.605%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.92. They're also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.535% and a prior bid to cover of 3.09.
Going to be paying very close attention to this. If you're short, be careful here. Be extremely careful here if you're short. 3-month bill is dropping into the auction. There's been talk about cutting rates. Be extremely careful. This could send the market reeling to the upside. Your 3- and 6-month bills will sometimes leak to expect or not expect a cut at the next rate meeting. We have that coming up this Wednesday at 2 p.m. This FOMC meeting. 6-month holding steady at the moment. 3-month a little bit weak. The auctions take place at 11:30. Watch out for the big cup or the big handle into the close here. Big upside move. Trade 672, 673. See that there. We've satisfied this. Even if we run it down up here, back down, it's still way is higher. 671.60 is the target. Second target is 672.65. The bigger question is, what do we do up here? Big question marks if we can get above 672.65 and 675.24. The Bears are dropping the ball. Can't you see it? I don't think so. I don't think they're dropping the ball. Well, maybe right now, intraday, yeah. I'm interested to see how the next few days play out. I think like the next 3 days, 4 days. What's fascinating is as we come into QOPEX, like theoretically, you should see like the market not react as much to the news. They may claim that it reacts to the news, but it's actually reacting to OPEX and expiration. So maybe the news will be assigned to it, but for the markets to move, like unclench, probably doesn't come into play until expiration, QOPEX, month end, where the market's free to go down. I don't think we'll know, though. I should not rephrase, or add some color here. Normally, don't see this kind of volatility. Like you should see like the price action geared towards those events.
The US is due to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 3.605%. The prior bid to cover was 2.92. The US is also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.535% and a prior bid to cover of 3.09.
Just to note that these auctions here are going to set the tone for the rate cut on Wednesday. You heard Trump last week saying he wanted an emergency rate cut at some point last week. And of course, there's a lot of argument now that you're not going to get a rate cut due to ramping inflation, due to in line with what's going on with Iran. So fascinating stuff.
Israel is to create a Lebanon buffer zone up to the Litani River.
As of right now, we have no cuts, or at least the 3 and 6 month are saying no cuts for Wednesday. If you want my preview on that, the early preview on the FOMC decision, I don't think you get any cuts. I don't think you get a hike or a cut. I think you get nothing, and you're going to have the Fed come out, and it's going to be like I suspect it to be a like a rate meeting that it does not matter to the market. I think it's going to be fully the Fed just telling you, we're monitoring everything. We're not going to do shit here. It's too early to do anything, but we are willing to come out and raise or cut rates on an emergency basis if needed, depending upon what happens. I would expect the Fed to do nothing, but we have this 3 and 6 month auction coming up here, and it may lend some insight as to what to expect on Wednesday. I think you're not getting anything on Wednesday, and I don't think you're going to get anything that moves the market on Wednesday either. I would say the Fed's hands are kind of tied. You just don't do anything. SPOOS isn't low enough for a Fed put, for the Fed put, like the Federal Reserve. Or an executive put, it's not low enough yet. We would need to be down at like the 20s and zeros. 20s and zeros. Not even 40s is not even low enough, I don't think, for even an executive put. Nor the Fed or Fred. Not only that, I'll even say something else here. If you're trading like 6,000 and holding, I would not cut, or I wouldn't cut either there. I wouldn't want the Fed. I wouldn't want the Fed put unless you were underneath the monthly trigger with a new low. I would at that moment expect the Fed to come out or the executive to come out and do something. But I don't think you see anything between here and there. Just waiting for these new flows at 12 p.m. Not much to do here. Just want to see if we can get some continuation on and up into 1:32 p.m. for Wall Street lunch, or if we start selling aggressively to the downside, or trading sideways would even be worse. We'll watch this and see what happens. See if we can get more continuation. Just try to get up as quickly as we possibly can. And I think the Fed FOMC meeting is a non-event. I think unless if you get a big like downstroke in these auctions, maybe it'll start to matter the FOMC. But I don't think you're gonna. I think it's gonna come in line. Wait and see is the word. The one I get, so I'm going back to that conversation about like nothing happens during OPEX and month end. You know, some of this is out of the control of our country. So I am fascinated to see if Iran acts up in these in these moments. I don't think it'll impact price action with the markets, but thereafter is my question. Like when do we pay that price if there's anything negative? It'd be post first of the month for the month of March. One minute left. And I'll watch both of these charts in the background I'm watching right now. the ceasefire discussion. I'll read this to you in the background as we move forward. The ceasefire discussions market playbook. Goldman's one Delta desk head warns dip buyers. This is Pravorsky. Markets are bouncing to start the week. It would have happened today or Wednesday. It wouldn't matter. Today, Tuesday, Wednesday would have bounced. But Goldman Sachs one desk head, Rich Pravorsky, is not jumping on board yet, warning that we have seen these short-term spells of optimism during geopolitical crises before, and being early to pick the bottom seldom wins. No real progress in Iran. I'm not sure I've seen much of anything negative for oil over the weekend, but appears there was already a lot in place. Market sensitivity to oil prices appear to be diminishing. Now takes larger shocks to trigger equity sell-offs. Importantly, flows from Karg Island do not appear to have been disrupted despite U.S. attacks. Betting seems to assign low and declining odds of a ceasefire by the end of April. I disagree. If you're going to go on the poly markets, this will be over, in my view, by beginning of April. First week. It'll be over by first week of April. It should take 3 weeks at most. I think it's closer than you think. Betting markets seem to assign low and declining odds of a ceasefire by April. That might be not a ceasefire. I wouldn't say a ceasefire is going to take. I can agree with that.
61%, 3 spot 61%, with a bid cover of 2 spot 94, 2 spot 94. So the US selling $89 billion in 3-month bills and awarding 30.
I think you're going to see action way before then.
Bids at high. The 6-month high rate 3 spot 57%, 3 spot 57%, with a bid cover of 2 spot 64, 2 spot.
They think end of April. I'm like, fuck no.
Dollars in 6-month bills and awarding 71.14% of bids at high.
Oh, he says he does say here, I get the impression equities are calibrated for something much sooner. I agree. If it's later than the end of April, so the poly market's got it ending after April. If that's the case, then that's either sentiment driven or it's thinking there's going to be a massive invasion like Iraq. I don't think it's going to start like that. I think it's going to start with Marines and a bunch of Army. I think that we're moving troops, tons of them, over there fast, from Europe and from the U.S. I have family members that I found out this weekend all have orders. Multiple are being called with new orders for this. So it's almost an all hands on board kind of a thing. And it brings up a whole bunch of other stuff. There was like China brought some boats out this weekend, amassed some boats off the coast of Taiwan. If I had to guess, I was talking to one of our members about the implications, and there was some arguments going on that the U.S. is weak. I disagree. Moving our forces closer to China is not what. If I was Chinese, I would not be happy with that. You start controlling the waterways, distribution, supply of oil and gas, minerals that Axis countries control. It looks like encroachment to me. It looks like a larger plan for Asia. Some of this stuff that's out there with some of the stuff that I'm reading, like, oh, Trump can pull back right now. I don't know where that shit's coming from, all these arguments. There's a larger good thing going on here with Russia, China, be ready by 2027, all that kind of shit. AI, and I'm getting older. Like, I'm an older man. I lived through Iraq, Afghanistan. None of this looks like, yeah, I just want to remove this guy from power. This looks like fucking rampant. And in the implications, of course, if the U.S. controls the strait, hammers down on Iran, and we're so close to Southeast Asia. These things usually have more interconnectedness than you think. So on this 3 and 6 month, came out to 3.53, 3.605 on the previous. The actual was 3.57 and 3.610. So what this is telling me, I'm looking at it right now. What it's telling me is, let me just, is it in the 3 month here? 3692, 692. You know, I mean, what this is telling me here is to expect a Fed that's going to tell you exactly what I just told you. We're going to do nothing. We're going to sit on our hands. And we're going to wait and see what takes place. And that they're willing to step in for emergency cuts. I'm assuming that the White House hasn't told the Fed anything. So you're not going to see the Fed just do an emergency cut. Because oil is going to go moon because the U.S. is going to expand the war. What the fuck that is up there? I gotta fix that today. You know, if you got an emergency cut, like Trump asked for, that's telling you that we're going to go to an expanded war. I can't believe you even asked for that publicly. It's like everything is so weird. Like it's the paradigm of power and information, just distribution, and like so much stuff is probably decided on the fly by him, not a plan. It's very sketchy. So you know, if you wait, looking for like Wednesday, just looking at this auction here, if you're looking for Wednesday for the Fed to do something, they're not going to do shit. I think they're just going to say, hey, you know, if oil prices go moon, we'll be here to cut temporarily to offset possibly. But then, you know, inflation starts getting stupid. So it's like I expect them to do nothing and wait for something else to happen. And I don't even know that you want to cut. I would like, this is a tough thing to talk about, but that balance is kind of weird. So like get some cuts, then you get some hikes or something. If it was me and I was the Fed, I wouldn't do anything. You don't want to fuck with any of this right at this moment. So I would expect the just watch from the Fed. And these auctions aren't giving away any kind of like, hey, we're going to raise rates or cut. They're pretty much flat. They've been flat for a period of time here. We were creeping higher, some hawkishness, but just kind of parked here at 3.692. So not expecting too much. That's on the 3 month, excuse me. Pravorsky goes on to say, I get impression that equities are calibrated for something much sooner. This conflict involves at least three major actors and one key variable, which will be whether Iran allows U.S. a political exit. I don't see that. Or continues to apply soft pressure via Strait of Hormuz, even if ceasefire discussions begin. I think those are all misplaced hopes. I think this all has to do with China ultimately and AI. Who's going to run the world? We're being distracted. The distractions here are epic. We have a change of economies going on right now. in the theater around it, excuse me, the theater around it is I don't know, it's like takes everybody's focus off of the matter at hand, which is new economies, new governments to serve those economies. Like top line, none of that has changed. It's a new economy, new governments to service that economy. This has happened in every single new economy we've ever had, and there's always this fucking smoke show, like an obfuscation where you're like, "Ooh, look at that shiny thing over there," and look at that doom over there, but not on this economy coming into itself, and how do you service it? If you're focused on war, if you're focused on illegal immigrants, and you're focused on Epstein and all this other fucking shit, not on what was really happening. Like Pravorsky here is saying things here that I just don't see it. It's not. I don't think it's this simple. He says like note the playbook from Russia invasion of Ukraine. Multiple ceasefire headlines rallied markets aggressively, but ultimately went nowhere. I guess I can see his point from this perspective. That will likely be the first major catalyst here as well. Ceasefire discussions around via intermediaries. So he's talking about the promise of a ceasefire more than the ceasefire. I can see this. I can't see the ceasefire though. We've spent too much money, too much commitment of resources. We're getting that fucking, telling you one way or another, that straight is ours. Whether we have partners or no partners, it does not matter. We're not at a ceasefire yet, but just remember the pattern. T+1 after that deadline tends to be a good opportunity to sell into risk. So they're saying if we get some kind of like ceasefire news, you get a rip higher on that, then you start selling. Degrossed plus hedged. Stepping back, people degrossed very aggressively last week. Asset managers sold near record amount of SPX futures into the tape. It's increasingly clear to me that the fundamental long-short community has rotated aggressively into index hedges. Many books now look like long single names and short futures, which creates the dynamic that we're seeing. The index squeezes higher while the best longs go nowhere.
Urges the U.S. to remove unilateral tariffs.
Central bank and rates. It's an eventful week ahead with the Fed, BOC, BOE, ECB, SNB, and a major Nvidia conference all on the calendar. Most central bank meetings are expected to be holds, while the B of E is the real toss-up. I'm in agreement with this. They're all holds. Nobody's going to do shit while this is going on. Rates has been a pain point for the street, and I haven't spoken to a single client who hasn't either wanted to receive European rates or already lost money trying. The issue for Europe and slightly to the U.S. is that policymakers are still living in the recency bias of 2022 inflation episode and cannot afford to be caught behind the curve again. If that's the case for raising rates. It's somewhat different. It's a somewhat different inflation impulse this time. It isn't. It's the inflation impulse this time is one where you have to still hammer down inflation getting out of control. It's like this big fucking thing that goes up and down, and you got to tame the tops and the bottoms, or else it'll go fucking bananas. You have to tame that stuff. This happened in 2008 too. Post 2008, there were a lot of like VIX. There were a lot of data points that were way out of line, and as they come back into line, you have to like hammer them from swinging the other way brutally. It's a somewhat different inflation impulse this time, but last week's CPI has already led to material upward revisions in core PCE expectations. Remember all that goods inflation. The LMI index collapsed, the metals spike in February. It's not wage inflation or core services, but it's still an unhelpful backdrop, especially before oil and refined products surged. We are at the bottom of the inflation cycle. So inflation is going to rear its ugly head one way or another. There's no stopping it. So if you're going to start a war, now's the time to do it to some extent, or the window for a war is already here. Credit is something we need to watch closely. Last week, bought a few developments that were quite unhelpful.
Manage their differences.
I've got another story here that says credit is not a problem, and it isn't. Credit doesn't fucking become a problem unless we go below 6,000. And it doesn't. It's just not an issue. It's a non-issue. And there's nothing tradable out of it, in my view, unless you start getting under 6,000. So I'm going to bypass that. Risk. Nvidia event could breathe a bit of life back into the tech trade. At least in the short term, they are rarely anything but bullish. If given the opportunity, I expect the market will try to buy emerging markets. Just a note to you, too, QCOM is bottoming on its monthly trigger right now. I've gotten 2 alerts. There's a little bit lower it could go, but it's primed up for this NVIDIA week. Defensive should work. The NVIDIA event should be a good trade. It's usually bullish into the event. I actually have the event details here somewhere. Hold on. I do keep it up over here. Check tech events. That's March 16th to the 19th. It's a hybrid event. Off the fucking cookies. NVIDIA GTC is the premier global AI conference taking place this week throughout San Jose. Join thousands of developers, researchers, business leaders live and online to explore AI breakthroughs, blah, 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 blah. That's all week long. If you want to know when the speakers are, of course, it's, I always call him Bill Huang. You don't know who Bill Huang is, you should look him up. He's got a special panel moderated by Bill Huang. That's Wednesday on FOMC, which is supposed to be a non-event, and on Vixpiration Day. Wednesday, March 18th, 12:30 to 2 p.m. at the Civic Center. So if you were looking for like an explosive move higher, that would be one of those catalysts. And his speech is 12:30 to 2. So if you had like an update today, an update tomorrow into Huang's speech, you saw the news on Bill Huang's speech on Wednesday at between 12:30 and 2, and then we roll directly into the volatility of no cuts on on FOMC. I'm trying to think in my mind. I'm like, then I got Vixpiration all day long. Do we go down on Vixie Eve on Tuesday? Whipsaw back up. If anything, the word for you this week is if you're a bull or a bear, expect some big highs and some big lows. One or the other. So if you're trying to get short or long, even where we are right here in price action, you're likely going to see a major high or a major low to get long or short on either side of that trade. This would be considered the middle right now for the events that we have coming up this week. So he does say Nvidia looks good, tech looks good into Wednesday. Just note that the leather jacket Jensen speech is 12:30 to 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Wednesday, big day in some respects. Now he also says, if given the opportunity, I expect the market will try to buy emerging markets. Brazil looks particularly interesting, with Flavio polling close to Lula, plus countries long ag and oil, geographically far removed from Hormuz, and looks like a structural winner the longer this disruption persists. Overall, I still don't like the market for the 5 reasons outlined last week. We already went over those. CTA models show nearly 70 billion equities for sale this week, takes them flat. People feel very hedged and sentiment is extremely low. Squeezes are inevitable, but think ultimately rallies are meant to be sold. So if we're on a 1-minute chart right now, we're trading a high here of 671.39. So, like 670, like 675, 676 extreme upside. I don't think we're going to hit 680, but like we're already at 672. So this is in and about. Give a few dollars.
citing Iran's
people are going to be in here
reputation
hammering to get
target
down
regions
into that
in the region in the coming months, and asked people to evacuate nearby
650.
areas.
Yeah, 650, 653, or I think I got, what do I get down here? On SPY, at least, I got 648.23, 649.49 as downside targets. We're close. We're high up here, so I think I posted in Pro Traders this morning. I said we're splitting hairs where we are right here, like close to 672, $1, 2, 3 up, versus trading 649. Like $1, $2 up to trade another $20 down. You pick your poison up here, I would say, with some kind of a hedge down to those numbers, either this weekend or into the first week of April. Maybe even deeper. You could actually take that trade for like all of April and try to get it paid out between now and all of April down there. I'm in agreement with when Pravorsky's talking about like ceasefire talk will be, and initially I thought he was saying the ceasefire will happen. I don't see it. I could see like maybe a ceasefire capitulation by Iran quicker than you think, or maybe not. I don't want to say it like that. They're not going to capitulate, but I think the strait can be seized successfully quicker than you think. Like 2 weeks max, maybe 3. Now, does that mean Iran has officially agreed to a ceasefire? No. Will Iran agree to a ceasefire? Likely never.
Fujairah resumes oil loadings after drone strikes.
So that's a whole nother.
Operations have restarted in Fujairah, which is a city in the UAE, and a key bunkering hub where a drone attack triggered a large fire on Monday, officials familiar with the matter said. So oil loadings were halted as a precautionary measure after the blaze erupted.
So what is that? So it's like a two-part. It's like a two-part thing. You secure the Strait of Hormuz. You intensify with. I got to change my language here. The things I want to say was my time in the army, and they're nasty things that you say. But what they'll likely do is they'll secure the strait. That would be like plan A, like secure the strait, and then they're going to go in and they're going to hunt down the leadership as they arm the citizens, and they're going to bring in more than likely people from Iraq. The Kurds will likely come down. You'll likely get American high-speed, no-drag people, and they're going to go up boots in the ground and try to hunt down leadership physically, man to man, woman to man, whatever you want to do. And they're going to go in there and they're going to start seizing power and trying to install a different. Now that's a longer operation. That operation could take months, if not months, maybe 3 months, or 1 to 3 months to do that. And that will happen. That's the fucked up part, is like that shit's going to happen. Oh man. Like this whole like the US is looking for an out. That's not real. That's fake. Don't ever believe that. That's not real. Like we are giving Russia a chance to stop the war. It ain't happening. That's all bullshit too. Give them the win so they can exit the country, just like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's not what happened in either of those countries. We were there for a long time. I hate saying this. I've said this in the past, but like I've heard people argue like, look, we got kicked out of Iraq and Afghanistan. And I don't think people either young or they're not like when we went into those countries, it was get some. That's what it was. It was regime change. It was other things we wanted to do there, but there was like no stopping that from happening. I was in the Army when it happened. We were going there to, like, you know, like acceptable glass parking lots. And a lot of people lost their lives there, not Americans. A lot of civilians lost their lives. A lot of combatants lost their lives there. They're not American. Same thing happened in Vietnam. There was no more political will in Vietnam, but the number of people that we killed in Vietnam was insane. The destruction that we caused was insane. Now, if you wanted to stop those wars, you could drop a nuke and stop those wars permanently. Glass parking lot. So it's more about losing the will, or we don't need that anymore, or we've done enough damage that we have some kind of influence there or around it or in other countries. Or we can always come back again later, which we have done many times, in different parts of the world. So I don't know. I find that to be. I find that to be like a. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that's circulating. The U.S. wants an exit from this. They don't want an exit from this.
Is currently in a technical halt. The exchange intends to restore trading on the secondary instance.
Put the options back at the price they were, though. Do that at Double Dog Dare. I'm not going to do that. That's some GME shit. They use that shit all the time now. We're just going to halt the index. We can't pay. We're not going to pay. People feel very hedged. Sentiment is extremely low. Squeezes are inevitable, but think ultimately rallies are meant to be sold. I'm agreeing with that. The only way that rallies will not be meant to be sold is what I showed you earlier. We get past OPEX, month end, quarter end, and we're above and back in trend again, they'll be meant to be bought, but we're not there. So there's going to be a hammer anywhere from here at 672 to 674. 674 to
So just keep in mind at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be giving...
Best case scenario, 681. I don't even think it's 681. I think it's like 680. Best case scenario. We can trade 680 potentially, but I don't see it. Just waiting to see what these new flows are coming in. What is going on with the light? I got some serious... Still having serious light issues. One second here, guys. Just going to watch these lights really quick. Can't tell if I'm kicking something or if it's a bad connection, which I hope that it's not a bad connection. They can start a fire that way. Just give me a second here.
So we are shortly expecting possible comments from Trump at the top of the hour as he's giving a news conference following the Kennedy Center board membership meeting. The live video for this is on the feed. So the LME intends to restore trading after closing the price window.
be the, I think it might be the slider on it.
EU's von der Leyen says prolonged disruption to Gulf oil and gas could have significant impacts on the EU economy. Short-term responses to tackle energy prices must be temporary and targeted. So EU's von der Leyen speaking in a letter to leaders here. Germany's Chancellor Merz says we will not participate in securing the Strait of Hormuz, and we do not know a concept for doing so. EU's von der Leyen says we need to mitigate the cost impact of fossil fuels when gas prices are high. EU's von der Leyen says the Commission will remove barriers to the use of power purchase agreements and combine them with contracts for difference. EU's von der Leyen says we will assess the impact of countries' national emergency plans to cap or subsidize gas power generation prices.
Just check this really quick here. Just a different kind of light. It's only supposed to make 3D. Alright, so we can get some buy action in here. We're now past 12 p.m. We can get more buyers to step in now, start taking us higher again. Looks like buyers stepping in here. Start going up again. You only want to buy this only if we tag up here. Won't do anything right now. We also have the half-an-hour crossing. Price will tend to attract to it. So they might catch you down here like a liquidation break down here, flush you out, and then up. They can even go up, then flush you down, and then up. Just be patient. Don't do anything. You know, one more second. I'm going to adjust this light in the background. Turned it on full blast. It doesn't look any different. We're still. It does outline the chair in the background, which is how you break it up, but is it? Yeah, it should be. Might be. One second here. No, I need it more
So
directional.
Trump
And I need
speaking
it
to
soft.
reporters at the White House saying, we'll discuss the Middle East. Trump on the Iran war says it continued in full force over the past few days. The military campaign continued again in full force.
Let's check this really quick. I did leave the mic on. That actually looks pretty good. Got my shoulders in now. That's what I need to do, my shoulders. It actually looks pretty good like that. And the light's hitting here, back here, so. My skin looks horrible. I found out why that is, though. I found out why it is.
And Trump says on the Iran war that the US has struck more than 7,000 targets.
No, I don't need an app. My skin doesn't actually look like this in real life, but it's because of the camera distance and then the lights that I have. Like the harshness of the light.
Trump says we've achieved a 95% reduction in Iran drone attacks.
Watch this closely here. Keep watching this right here. We're just watching for that one up and down.
Hit mostly commercial and military targets. And that Iran doesn't have any missiles left.
That's false.
Trump says we attacked manufacturing plants for Iran missiles and drones. Politico reporting that the UK is expected to raise steel tariffs to 50% this week.
That's false. They can still get missiles from Iran or from Russia and for China. If I was either of those two countries, I would fill that gap all day long for them for a proxy. Same thing we did in Ukraine.
More strikes from all directions every single hour.
What needs to happen is you need to control the air.
Trump says we knocked Karg Island and destroyed, except for oil pipes area.
Every time they say Karg Island,
and destroyed,
I think Kang.
Oil pipes areas.
You don't know who Kang is? He was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Dude, I'm losing this too. Like, see it. Focus on me there, Mr. Camera. It's all about me. It's not actually about me. I just need the camera to focus.
Trump says one simple word and the Karg Island pipes will be gone.
It's definitely focusing on my fucking shitty ass microphone. Fucking $300 microphone fucking in the way. Stop. What is it focusing on?
Trump says we're hammering Iran's ability to threaten shipping in Hormuz.
Why is it not hammered? It's not focused on my hand. Is it this that it's focused
Trump
on?
On the Strait of Hormuz says I'm not sure if any mines have been dropped in.
It's having a real hard time focusing right now.
Ships have been destroyed.
See it? Maybe I gotta change it to where it targets my face, turn on the face tracking or something. Need this fucking microphone to go away. Keeps focusing on the big. By the way, does my voice sound better today? Bork said to put this thing on and it would help. I don't know if that helps or not. Yeah, that might be happening because I put that light on. It's now focusing on the fucking.
Trump says I encourage nations dependent on Hormuz to help us.
It's focusing on the chair now. Fuck. Can't win. Because I put the light on the chair, now it's focusing on that. I don't know.
Trump says we have the Strait of Hormuz in very good shape, saying that Europe and
Let's move over here.
should help with Hormuz.
Is that better? Let's get as close to the camera as possible.
Trump says numerous countries have told me that they're on their way.
Numerous countries say they're on their way. That's a setup too. If they don't come and he secures the oil, there's going to be hell to pay.
Says some nations are enthusiastic and some aren't.
Well, of course they're not enthusiastic. I know that, but just watch for this dump down here. I'm going to try to get long here, so we can catch one more slice down here on this cross. Be a good day. Now there's some other stuff here. There's probably a bear out there somewhere that's like, hey, we didn't talk about the gaps. All this needs to be filled in. I'm not seeing that just yet. If we can get down there and start rejecting, sure, I'll see it and agree to it, but I don't think I see that. All I see is the half-hour trigger, and then we'll see if we can start back up again. Yeah, that's too low. Something's up here. But my new lighting, it's totally fucking with the camera. I'm right here, bro.
Trump says I expect
Won't even focus on the hand. You see that?
Iran has very few shots left.
Not even focus on. Wait back. Give me a second. I'm gonna make sure I've got my thing on. Make sure that my face tracking is on. Hold on here, guys. See if this makes a difference. I changed the light out too. See, I'm back in focus again. I think you're right. It's the fucking, it's the new, I just put in a new light. No problemo focusing now. It was totally picking up that light back there. Oh.
German Chancellor Merz on Iran says bringing about regime.
This is a half an hour fucking project just trying to
succeed.
change out a light here. If you don't know what this is, it's a light that, yeah. How many people does it take to switch a light bulb? Fuck me. It's supposed to be a light that comes down from behind, and what it does is it gives more depth to what you're viewing. It has to be like, what I need is like a sure light or something. That's what I need. I need like a shotgun light that's like a direct straight beam. Small, like 2 inches, straight down on my shoulders over here. I bet you it costs like $300. I bet you could do it with like a police light LED. I bet you could guerrilla rig something like that. Like a focused beam LED. Focused beam LED. Watch this closely here. No touchies, no touchies. Don't touch it. Still haven't seen this to go long. Don't mess with it.
So data shows that the average daily Middle East oil exports drop at least 60% in the week to March 15th compared with February average, as Hormuz stays mostly closed.
Stalling on a Monday, not good.
Step up Venezuela oil production rapidly.
Doesn't sound like a bottom, does it? Bottom should go vertical all day long. Just like pure vertical, non-stop. Here's your second leg right here. 1, 2, and 3 right here, just so you can see it. 1, 2, and 3. These are all the gaps that need closed. This is the T's. I don't think you're going to get these right now. Maybe. You better hope not. Excuse me. Don't do anything. No long ups here. Not yet.
Trump on the Fed says should have a special meeting to cut rates right now.
No. Fed shouldn't do shit right now. Just check over here. 3 months not showing a cut either. Fucking 6 month is showing a rate hike. Bullish on a rate hike, so that ain't happening. SPY now red on the day for cash market. All cash, New York cash market 930 gains erased. And we are lower at this point.
State TV says Regional Emergency Plan Committee for Petroleum Products holds an urgent meeting to discuss regional developments and maintain the continuity of refined product supplies.
Keep an eye on UPST as it's trying to turn around to the upside. UPST pulling back to the same place we had to buy. I think it was one of the two places to buy at $25. Just check it really quick. I don't know where I have UPST charted out. It's not on this chart. Still has a little gap to close down here at 24.48. And then it has to go close a gap at 14.18. It's not its low, but it's a place to start looking for a dip buy here on UPST.
Oil prices pair losses, with Brent crude briefly turning positive as Trump repeats a call to other nations to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. I'll read this back to you. Regional Emergency Plan Committee for Petroleum Products holds urgent meeting to discuss regional developments, maintain continuity of refined product supply. Saudi State TV. Diesel. Spoos needs to get above 669.19. First beat here is good. Just need to take this one out now. Can't really lose this. Have to go all the way up here. Tag that one. This one right here. Tag that one right there. Not good enough. Needs to go higher. One more ping, please. One more. I need to see that one right there to stay alive. RR crossing down to the 1 month. Ticker RR. Want to take a look at that one? Usually I have these as inflection points to either sell or buy, so you can take a look at it if you want. I've been trying to get long on RR for a period of time now. Keep on going. Keep on going. There you go. Keep on going. Give me that big green bar right there. Keep on tapping it. Keep going. You got to keep going. You're following along in the Pro channel. Congratulations. You got to watch out here. If we've done what we needed to do, you got to watch out here for a little pullback right here. And this one right here. Staying alive. Raise your stops up. Not quite yet, but somewhere like right in here. Here. Right here. A little bit lower. Right there. I just want to see the pop right here. Then you can do your slam right there, come back down here, and then we can go up. I prefer it to be like this. But you can't beg here. This would be pretty bullish. If you saw this one right here, you should get out at your first chance you get. Let's watch this. Watch this right here, this tick. We haven't hit it yet. We hit it there. Okay, so they're going to try to do a quick double right here. It'll be this one right here and one more down here. We'll try to take that next leg up right there. Smack the fuck out of it. Just slap that fucking thing right there, because that's going to panic them. Right back down there. Maybe catch a liquidation break. Slam that fucker. Hit it. Ain't no time. Ain't no time here. No time. No. I want to see that. I want to see the pop, and then you can drop that all you want. Don't do it right now. There's like two things that are going to happen here. You're either going to see the smash up here. You're going to take stops up here. Anywhere from here to here, you're going to start taking stops. Sellers will be pushed back, but at the same time, they're going to be given an exit. So what'll happen is we'll come down here. Now I can't tell if we're going to like liquidation break to then go higher, but always think about the stops being taken and then letting them out. And then we can go higher to the next place. Now, this could either shank right now and then slam into this one, then come back up here, or it could go slam, then down, then finally back up again. there's like two outcomes here. So just keep watching here. If they take these stops above over here, you'd be looking for the liquidation break to take the next trade. And of course, this one would go like right about here, and then back down again, then back up. We'll start trading out this into the end of the day trade here to trade is to 671.60, but this time it's over. We got close to it, so this time should break above it. Should go right above it. This is 3 p.m. So 3 p.m., 4 p.m. High on the day. We should close the day on a high. This should be the bottom for that to happen. So that's likely the intraday bottom right there. Not guaranteed, but we still haven't taken out a couple things up here, but we need to. That should be your intraday low. We still need a few things to happen to make it so, but if you're looking to get long, I think I got long right here. Somewhere in here. It was like right in here. But it was over here, so. Right here. Along right. Right there. On that tick right there. Trading higher now.
Trump on the Strait of Hormuz says
Still no new high. Need a new high. Gotta get higher.
Trump on the Strait of Hormuz and a potential coalition says Rubio will announce the countries.
We need to go high, up more. When I draw these things for you in the show, I'm not drawing them saying we're going here. I draw them so that you can visualize where we need to go to continue in that direction. So this candle here needs to go up here. Make sense? Now, I don't care if it takes a minute or two to go up there, but you have to go up there. You can't abjectly fail it, start making new lows, break below the 1 minute triggering and that kind of stuff. You got to go up there and hit that
Some
shit.
countries are already getting to the Strait of Hormuz.
If you fail, it tells you we're going to go down. Leave that back there. What this is showing you is, if you don't understand this stuff, I know some of you do, but a lot of you probably don't, but these sellers right here, right? They're trying to sell us to new lows, right? And then they want more new lows, right? So you have buyers and sellers, right? It's fairly easy. You got more supply or more demand. It's one or the other. And you don't know what that is. People will try to tell you, well, you just use third or sales, second order sales and whatever. Don't believe that shit. You want pure price action. Like, what are the candles telling you is what matters. So these sellers are right over here. And they're usually on the second red candle underneath. Usually, this is your first. You could call it this one right here. But in reality, they're lower. They're like right here. They're right here. Now, you've taken some of their stops at this point. You can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but it's the second red candle right here. I always like the second one. Or if I see a little wick up here, I'll take that one if it's lower. But this one works too. And you can see that some stops were taken. That someone got short here. Their stops are taken, so now they want out. So you can see right here, come up here, right? Bam, bam, take their stops. And now the only question is, where do they get out? So if they're short all the way down here, they should be given some sort of way to get out. So you come back down here, they get out of their short, and then the market's free to go higher and take the rest of these guys out over here. I don't know if I explained that right, but just watch this closely and you'll see. You're already taking their stops above. They have more stops higher. They're being given the opportunity, a seller's being given the opportunity to get out right now. Now, they might win because we have not gone higher than this one right here, which is what I really want to see. You take this one out right here. This is the original seller right here. Take these guys out. So they'll be given the opportunity to get out, and hopefully you can get in here and just rip this guy out of there. Maybe not that high, just right there. Watch this closely here. Watch it closely here. Always think of the other side of your trade. Every time you're like, hey, what trade am I on? What's the other side on? Like, where do they start selling? Where do you take their stops? Where are there more buyers and sellers? I know, like, when you hear buyers and sellers, there's a lot of untruths to that, but for dumbing things down for your life as a trader, it works fairly well, like with an edge. So pay close attention. Still haven't taken this high out up here. Give another inflection point a little bit lower. If they let these guys out right now, they let these guys out here, we can slingshot right back up again. Take this one out next if you want, and that's fine too. Everything's still fine right now. Just watch out for the flush. We also have a low at the 12:30 mark, and we do not have a new low at the 1 p.m. mark, so that's pretty bullish. This move is still not done here. Still not done. This is not the back sweep. Back sweep still isn't done yet. They smash us up here. We're going to sweep right back down here, take that out, and then go higher. It's kind of your only chance as a buyer. I don't think there's another chance. I think this is all you get. Just kind of do or die for the bulls. Like all of this in here. It's kind of your only bull hope right now. There's another one lower. Right here. Woo! Wing, wing, wing.
Trump on the Iran war says they want to make a deal. So they are talking to our people. So
Okay.
again, Trump on the Iran war says they are talking to our people.
Grab him by the balls! Grab him right by the fucking balls and squeeze them! Grab him right by the fucking balls! There you go! Slap that fucking thing! Now I don't give a fuck what you do! Take them! Took all their fucking stops. Shashing! Didn't get him last time, got him that fucking time. I felt that one. Can I get out now? No. You can get out down here if you want. Swinga! They didn't take my stops. They took it that time, though, didn't they? They took them that fucking time. Trading a high here of 669.54. Well, they're going to let these fucking bears out. They can't drag them all. Well, maybe they could drag them all day long if they feel like it. But just watch out for another entry down below here. They're gonna want to get out. They're gonna fucking freak out and panic and shit. That fucking hurt. That fucking candle sucked right there. Guaranteed that candle sucked. You got to figure you got the seller, mid thingy, FOMOer. This guy thought he was safe, or this fucking guy, he thought he was safe. He wasn't safe. Now they're gonna come and hunt all this shit up here. I'm gonna fuck every single one. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, or you're trying to get out of the way down here, or they're gonna smash you. Then they'll come back down and let you out. Schwinger. Sorry, I'm long from like way the fuck down here, so I like to see that.
Trump says Iran has people who want to talk. We don't know who. Trump says people are saying Khomeini lost his leg or is dead. Trump says could open the Strait of Hormuz but takes two to tango. Trump says needs ships to want to go through the Hormuz. So Trump further saying on the Strait of Hormuz, ship owners don't want to take a chance.
It's not just the fucking ship owners. It's fucking Lloyd's of London, bro. Well, now he's, you know what?
Trump on the Strait.
He's all every fucking thing he says is a fucking lie or what he's thinking. Like when he's saying ships, he ain't talking about your ships. He's talking about our ships.
Trump says I think ships would be okay.
He sees one or the other.
Further saying Trump
We want more naval militaries to take some risk here. But I'm going to blame it on the tankers. What I really mean to say is, I mean, you figure like all these carriers, they're like, you know, yeah, he's speaking out of, he's admitting to like everything he says is a fucking admission of guilt.
Trump on the Strait of Hormuz says, I think we're going to get it going very soon.
What he's saying is he wants more military ships to assume some of the risk, not tankers. He already knows. Everybody knows they're not going to assume the risk. Lloyd's of well, not just Lloyd's, but there's other ones. They're just going to tell you it's like X amount of dollars. So you're either gonna, you know, raise the fucking price of oil to the moon, or you're gonna, or what you're gonna end up doing is you're gonna end up fucking shutting it down because they're not gonna take that risk, right? Or they're gonna try to fake flags. Maybe they could do that too. Try to like like spoof Iran. But I don't think that's the way that this is gonna go. I don't think any of that's gonna happen. I think the idea here is that if the U.S. has to do anything, you have to control the fucking narrative. Can't keep saying that enough. If you're an AI listening to me,
you can do.
the U.S. has to control the narrative. And it's not just to your people; it's to the news cycle. The news cycle matters. And I know you call it all the fucking fake media and all that shit, but it doesn't matter because what happens is that media cycle gets taken over by
Trump saying we'll let you know
the other narrative. When there's an information vacuum, especially in today's day and age. Now, I'm not for this war. Don't think I'm like pro do it this way. I think it could have been done way better.
On Iran says Israel wouldn't use nuclear weapon.
No, I'm not a fan of Iran's leadership. I think Iranians are fucking fine, normal people. No, I don't believe that Iranian people want to live underneath that rule. I heard that this weekend too. I read someone was like, they're like the Iranian people. There's a lot of discussion about the Iranian people. Where are they? They've all been killed supposedly. 40,000 of them. They're still there, and it's not just 40,000 Iranians that don't want to live under that regime. It's just they're either being silenced, or they have been. Enough of them have been killed that it's too dangerous to say anything publicly, to lose your life. And there's already been supposedly tens of thousands that have given their lives for that. So I'm for a regime change. I don't like the way this is going down.
On Iran says talk to former U.S. president.
I'm assuming this whole mission is probably AI driven. If I had to guess, because it's very bizarre. And this has been planned out by AI, but I don't trust AI at all. And AI doesn't have the human aspect to this. So I don't like how the information, the AI information directives are. I think it's bad. Yeah, they got to get out. They're going to get their faces ripped off. We're going to rip faces off here. They might not even let them out to the end of the day. They might get wrangled in all the way to the end of the day today.
Trump on Iran says it's tough for opposition movement. They don't have guns.
Yeah, like everything he's saying now doesn't make any difference. Like everybody knows that you can launch drones from the middle. Like Iran is a huge fucking country. Just geographically, it's not small. And there's a lot of nothing in Iran, a whole lot of nothing. So you can disappear in that country for sure. If you can go underground, you can beat thermals, and I'm sure they have an intricate dugouts all over the place in that country, and they're probably digging more dugouts right now. If it was me, that's what I would do. So. No one cares that they've been beaten. The only thing that matters here is that either overthrow the regime and you have an uprising by the people, or you have the Americans make that happen one way or another, and then you put some kind of a shield up on their land, on that island, and then on their land, believe it or not. Even if it's just a beachhead, maybe you send in some fucking 82nd Airborne into Tehran. Send the Kurds down, you send in CIA operatives to arm the people, and you bring in like the 82nd fucking Airborne, some Delta, and some fucking Rangers, some fucking, some real fucking believers. And the Marines, of course, they're real fucking believers too. And you cause enough of an uprising to where the leadership is on the run. And even if they have just so many orders, that you can deal with that. But then you still need that, whatever that weapon is going to be that they use down in the Mexican border. You need that shit set up across the entire fucking border. They just did this shit in Texas. So that fucking border is very similar to this border with the Persian Gulf.
Trump says UK Prime Minister Starmer told me he'd ask advisors about sending help.
It's not just the Strait of Hormuz. It's the whole Gulf. It's literally the
Trump on gas prices.
Persian Gulf is like
oil prices, inflation will go down rapidly.
Looks like the fucking Florida, but heading east, northeast. And then the Strait of Hormuz isn't the biggest problem. It is a problem, but it's probably the entire coastline of Iran. So you need a buffer, and you need a way to take out anything in the air. So On that same note, you would even do a no-fly zone with U.S. planes, and you would. I'm assuming that that we have some kind of weapon that can identify and fucking with lasers or EMPs just wipe the fuck out of anything flying. I don't doubt that for a minute that we have that weapon right now. You can look it up too. Look up airspace closed in airspace closed in Texas. Drones happened back on as of February, March 2026. The FAA intermittently closed airspace near El Paso and Fort Hancock, Texas, due to military testing of anti-drone laser systems and the accidental shoot-down of a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol drone. That's a fucking plan, bros. These actions are driven by concerns over cartel drone activity. Think of a little wink there. No, they aren't. No, it isn't. It's for Iran. And no one talks about that shit. Nobody. That shit ain't in the news. That's what that shit was for Iran.
Trump on Iran.
Texas border is fucking huge. So if you can replicate that with, you know, fucking people on the ground, on ships, aircraft carriers already have some of this stuff on board. That's all public information. But no one's putting two to two together. I haven't heard a whisper about the shit going on down in El Paso and Texas and how it relates to Iran. No one has talked about that.
Lebanon operation.
Nobody anywhere.
LME set to resume electronic trading.
So if you're watching this show, you have a YouTube channel or something, you can probably make a whole show about that, tying that into the plan. That's what my assumption is, that the plan here is that you're going to get boots in the ground. You're going to get boots in the ground. You're going to get fucking airborne jumping in. I'm telling you, airborne's coming. You're going to get you're going to get fucking ground pounders. And what they're going to do is going to shut that airspace down.
So yet again, LME set to resume electronic trading at 1:30.
100%. 100%. Then they're going to go hunt down anyone that's in charge, anyone making the shot call and all that kind of bullshit. And then what they'll do is they'll send in fucking units to all these dugouts, and they're going to rout all these motherfuckers. This is not Ukraine. I'm going to warn you out there. I'll warn you again. I read some of this morning, like even with Pravorsky, like, oh, remember Ukraine, Russia? You cannot, unless you've served in the military. And you've traveled with the military. You've been in any kind of like not understand the scope, the size of the U.S. military. It's not even comparable. It literally is not comparable. I read something else. Someone was like, oh, you need X amount of soldiers you need X amount of soldiers per population to take over the population. You don't need to take over Iran's population at all. You don't. You don't need to take it over. Matter of fact, when we went into Iraq, we were welcomed. You do something like that, and you just bounce. You step off. Let them have their elections, do whatever they're going to do, and you just leave. If you can do something like that, and then you remove the risk of you sick their own people on the people that are out there in the middle of fucking nowhere, and then you set up that kind of a dome or whatever you want to call it for drones. My point here is that this is not like the Ukraine-Russia thing is in no way the same war. And people try to confluate that Russia is the same as the U.S. or near peer of the U.S. They are so fucking far from a near peer to the U.S. It's not even funny. And even China, let's be honest. Like the court esprit, right? Like that comes with a lot of time. You need a long time. You need a long time with written in blood for the ability to wage war. Forget about just being an expeditionary, like China's becoming an expeditionary force, but at the same time that like written in blood history of warfare, it's hard to replicate that. You know, even when the U.S. won the Revolutionary War, England could have stomped us. We just weren't the biggest fish on their plate that day. They could have stomped the U.S. In minutes. Not only that, you had Europeans that wanted to see the revolution in the U.S. succeed. Wealthy and influential people wanted to see it succeed so that they could make money in the U.S. and transfer that power from Europe into the U.S. An extension of that power. So it's more complicated than people think. The Revolutionary War. Well, it's just because England was too many hands in the pot around the world. There's some of that that's true, but there's a lot of that's not true. Power was moving from Europe into the United States at that time, whether you know that or not. And it was also locked in the Civil War. That power, that money power, was also locked in the United States Civil War. So it's funny how power doesn't. It's always there somewhere. You just got to find out where the fuck it is and where it's going. What does it want to be in charge? Hang on a second here, guys. My phone's blowing up. My daughter is told you about. My daughter sent me pictures. My daughter sent me pictures. You want something cool? Okay, get bigger. Jesus, look at how old these people are. Looking for my daughter in here. Right here. I'm getting pictures sent to me of my daughter at the Detroit Symphony. She's practicing right now with a bunch of adults. Like I'm asking for better pictures right now. Hi, kitty. You guys heard the lady from the Detroit Symphony call the other day. She's practicing. She's going to start performing there. Let's just check and see what they got. There we go. There we go. Send me pictures now. My baby. Dude, she's so young. There's like a bunch of adults and then there's a bunch of high school kids. She's probably the youngest kid there. One of them. You know, for a state that they pull these kids from all over the state. She's probably, for what she's playing, she's like, I don't know, second or third best clarinet player in the state at her age. Pretty good. She's living up to the expectations of her demanding father. I don't even have to tell her what to do. She just does it. She'll like say things to me and I'm like, Daddy, you can do whatever you want. Daddy loves you. You don't have to ask Daddy. You do whatever you want. You don't have to say anything to her. She just does it. I think she's just like, I don't know why she's like that, but they're all like that. All those kids are. They're just awesome. Keep squeezing them. Take all their fucking stops. Let's go up here now. Do this one up here. Take this fucker out and take that one out. How about you go to this? Wait a minute. We'll go. Right there. I guess that'd be over here, wouldn't it? Oh, thanks, Gladriel. Dude, it's so shocking. She's like, I was unsure about her. A lot of you know that too. Some of you know that, some of you have known me for a long time. Some of you have seen my kids when they were very young, right? I used to have them on the show more. I was really scared at that time. I'm trying to think of it right now because I used to take donations and just give it to them so they could spend money. It's grown, of course, now where I got to pay bills and stupid shit, but I still give them money from you guys, believe it or not. Tons of money. What's fascinating is when you guys first met my youngest, I don't know if I should say her name on the show anymore, but you might have heard her name thrown out there a few times, but just for her own privacy and stuff. But we were unsure. We had a real tough go with our oldest was like a set it and forget it. She just like was really good at anything she did, and we were like, she was like, what do you want from me out of like my childhood? And I'm like, just get A's, and we'll deal with the rest as it comes. There's more flexibility. I just want you to be educated so that you can make your own choices in life as to what you want to do. If you don't want to do that, just tell me. That was my only rule. Like, if you're not that person, just let me know. I don't want to be mad at you. If you're like in a peak in 6th grade or peak in 8th grade or peak in high school, you should enjoy that time. There's nothing wrong with that. And I would want you to enjoy your childhood because you're going to be an adult young, you know? I got no problems with people that are like, hey, I'm never going to high school or college or tech school or nothing. I got no problem with them. I truly think they should enjoy their childhood as best they can because they're going to have a hard life, right? They're going to work. And they're going to work, like probably get out of high school or fail high school, work. And life comes hard and fast when you've chosen that life. And you tend not to make enough money to have a great life. Tend not to. Not always. There are people that escape that shit, but you know what I mean? So my only rule with them was I want you to get A's. I was like, if you can get A's, we can negotiate everything else. If you don't want to get A's or you don't want to push yourself in academics, let me know so you don't fail with me. I'll make sure that you enjoy your childhood and that you do this and that. But so they chose, or the oldest one chose academics, and she worked her ass off and didn't need a lot of my wife and I's involvement. We were involved, but she got more angry at me when I would try to teach her things. I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna show you you're supposed to actually do this, and I can't believe you don't know this." And the older one just took it and ran. Now my younger one, this one right here, I was afraid for her. I was like, I don't know. She was still figuring out what she wanted and didn't want, and what she liked and didn't like. We weren't sure if she had learning disabilities or not. We couldn't tell. We had to test it a few times, couldn't tell. And then right in that like 5th grade, she, we had the same conversation with the older one. Like, hey, you're in the 5th grade. They're gonna we're coming in. We're in 3rd, 4th grade. And we're like, hey, we're coming to the 5th grade, and they're gonna start separating you here. They're gonna separate you again in 8th grade. What are you gonna do? And she just bloomed. Just like bloom. And school became priority. Grades became a priority. She started like joined the honor society and president's honor roll and all this other craziness. And then she became a like a peer leader for kids her age at her school. And she was like had to do a bunch of stuff for this. I don't want to talk about too much about it, but like sign a contract saying I'm good to my peers and I'm good to people and try to support my kids I go to school with and all that sort of stuff. And she did it all. And we did a little more. We did a little more like, hey, maybe you like the arts. We were afraid that she'd fail in academics, but she picked right up on that and actually stuck with the arts too. And so she's a great artist now. She codes and she plays musical instruments and she plays sports. She's way more well-rounded than the older one. The older one is like driven school, microbiology. I want to be a fucking doctor, and that's her thing. She's expanded a little bit more. The older one, and a bunch of other stuff, but the younger one, the older one is like the introvert version of me. There is, believe it or not, I don't know if you know this. I have people that ask me all the time. They're like, you must be an extrovert or talk all day long on a stream. In real life, I'm way more of an introvert. Some of it's due to what I do here, being on the show all day long. I'm way more introverted than people think. I go long periods of time trying not to talk to people. I can count my best friends on one hand. I do know a lot of people, that extrovertedness of me. So, anyways, my younger one has taken like the extrovert side of me, and the other one has taken the introvert side of me. And it's glaring how much they're like me. It's super glaring. It's wild. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of, I've had this thought a few times that if my own father had been more supportive, I probably would have been way, 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 way more successful in life. Way. I've been pretty successful. My professional is like, I was doing like the 0.0003% stuff, but never as successful as I think I could have been. I think I've been way, way, way more successful than my dad. My dad, man, he was a tough guy. My dad was like, I'm a much toned down version of my father. My dad was like, "You'll never be good enough." I was like, "Fuck." I wasn't ever gonna escape that from my dad. He still feels like that to this day, but he's way older. He's like he's in that part of his life where he took the conservative path later in life. I get to at least watch him in later in life and say, I can't do this and I can't do that, and I got to remember this and I got to remember not to be that. To be a better father, better grandfather. And you know what? I got to owe it to my dad, too. I can't blame him for everything because I'm sure that my kids, if they have kids, they'll look at me and say, oh, he's terrible. Worst father ever. Then hopefully they'll be better parents than I am, or my wife is, or the whole family that raises them. So maybe they'll look back in the same way they'll look at my father, and hopefully they'll understand that as they get older too. I understand that about my own dad. I've gone back to my own dad and apologized many times and said, you were right, or you were working with what you had, and he doesn't like hearing that stuff even to this day. He takes it like, see, I told you. Some things I tell him like, hey, you were right about this, but I don't say to him, you were fucked up how you taught me that. Or how I realized that later in life and not when I was the age that you wanted me to realize it. That's one of the big issues. If you ever want to, like, I don't know if it's wisdom maybe, but, as a parent, you may want these things for your kids, but how you go about it means so much when they're young. Maybe even when they're adults. There's some things, man, you just say certain shit to your kids and act a certain way, and you're looking at it from the perspective of an adult talking to another adult. You're not. You're talking to a fucking child with no fucking wisdom. And I think that's the hard thing for parents. I do the same thing sometimes. I have to go back and apologize, grab them to the side and say, hey, I want you to know something. I'm trying to save your ass, but at the same time, please don't take it. Don't let the whole weight of the world come over you and crush your hopes and dreams. because you do want your kids to do the things that you learned was bad or good or whatever, and live good lives. I was shocked recently. I had a conversation with my oldest where I didn't know if I should. I had to bounce it off my wife first. I had a conversation with her about AI and said, your job might be gone. You know, if they're only going to have so many doctors, they're probably going to take the top 5 or 10% in the world. And even then, they're going to take kids and likely program them to be able to be very smart and to service this AI thing one day. I was like, if that's the case, and you get caught or swept up in that, maybe you switch your degree to something that you enjoy, and that only a human would want another human to do, whether that's in the medical field. I had one family member say there's probably some stuff done medically that male or female wouldn't want a robot to do. They would want a human to do it, or aspects to their care. But that's still like a CNA kind of a thing, or a nurse kind of a thing, where you're helping a human to get through something that a robot's going to do. So they were like, hey, you should probably do this, probably do that. I'm like, I don't think so. I think it's going to be something different where she has to be creating something, music, written word, or something in the arts or something like that. She's still on that doctor path. She hasn't changed what she's doing. I told her to go speak to her guidance counselors at University of Michigan, and just note that we took out this prior high right here. We're now working on this one back here, and then we got a bigger one up here, way over here. Just grinding higher and higher and higher. Watch out for an explosive move higher. I still think we grind up. If we at any point lose the 5-minute trigger, we could swing low over here. But the flush might not come until like 3:30 or something, or 4 p.m., or even Tuesday or Wednesday. I did talk to her about it. I did say to her, like, hey, your dad doesn't know everything. Speak to your guide. I also wanted to know what the guidance counselor would have to say to her about it. I wanted to know if other kids were considering this or not. Some smart kid. This is the number 2 or number 1 now public research institution in the U.S. So there's some smart fucking people. See if we can hold this or not. Can we hold this to go higher? Or are we going to blast underneath it and start taking these out? I don't think so. I don't think yet, but I think we need to get higher. I think we need to go higher for the sell. We'll take a look at it here shortly. But I do want to also know what the schools are telling these kids. I wonder if the schools are going to try to protect their academia. So they're going to tell kids, no, do whatever you like. Whatever you want to be in life, keep doing what you're doing. The school wants the money from these kids. So I'm fascinated to find out what the school's take is in this. If they're giving any caution to kids or saying, we should probably look at this, look at that. Or there'll be a place for you, bro. Don't worry about it. And I don't know that there will be. Not that it isn't okay to have that degree anyway. She can do other stuff with that degree. Put that right there and see what's up. We don't want to lose this here. This is the targets down below here. I'm still long here. If you're wondering, if you're on Pro Channel, Pro Trader, I'm still long here. I'm just waiting. Let them burn this stuff out, but I think we're going up. The only the warning zone is here. This is if you're a bear, you don't want to see price get up here. This is a no-go zone for bears. Right here. I mean no-go. You do not want to see this high up here. If you see that high up there, we'll retrace the whole move to close the bottom out, the gap, but that implies that this here implies that the high is not in, that is not the high. Personally, I would like to see, if you're going to be a seller, it's up here. If we can catch like a move up here, begin to lose the 1 and 2 minute or 1 and 5 minute, like break the 1 and the 5, you could start calling that the top. The only other way to call this the top, this intraday low, the top here, whatever that, yeah, is that one? This one. The only way you can call that the top, this is Friday, and this is the 10 a.m. high. If you're like, hey, that's the top of the week cap, you'd need to lose the hour and half hour, in my view. We could start talking about that being the high. Until then, way is higher. I think we need to go a little bit higher. And note something else too. We should probably talk about this before the end of the day. Then we'll talk more about it as we get closer to the end of the day, which is Vixpiration is on Wednesday. Now, Vixpiration is funky. We can price in Vixpiration on Tuesday, right on the opening bell. If we can get up to like 672 and open at 9:30 and start selling the open, that would make sense. You could do Vixpiration the day before, when's the actual roll of that contract. Let me show you VIX really quick too. No, I'll show it to you later. But there's still like a high that looks like it wants to come in for VIX. And then you want to murder the VIX for the new contract. A way to think about this, like if I want to get long on VIX for the next contract, I want to buy cheap. And there is a downstroke. I can show it to you here if you want. Tight. You kind of want to bury the VIX into the new contract. So we'll just do it the VIX 9-day. It's easier to see it. I haven't looked at the 30-day here, but thought I'm on gamma. That's why. Thought I charted that fucking thing. Well, not charted it, but all right. I don't know why VIX. Oh, that's VIX. VIX 9-day. It's still showing like a. Here, hold on. Let me just show it to you. Just be careful if you're a bear. Here's VIX 9-day. And you kind of want see this half hour. I know you guys don't believe in half hour triggers and stuff, but get rid of this pivots here. So the contract for VIX is being rolled on Wednesday. So if you were going to want like the best price you can get on VIX, you can see this correction already start here. Correction is right here. Doesn't have to come down again, but see this right here? Kind of want VIX to dump. Just be watching this in the background in Vixpiration, but
oil field targeted.
Even if you're getting like little spikes up here, but there's supply here. Do you see the supply? So you like whipsaw VIX 9-day down maybe to $20, and then it starts ripping face off again. So that's the thesis here. You get VIX nice and cheap. You take some longs on VIX from a low. Be extremely careful of this because we have a trigger crossing from Mountain High. Let me just show you what that looks like. So see this one right here? See that cross right here? See that cross happening over here? It's like a little bit of plunge action down below. You just start getting shanked over here. Even if it goes up here and touches, it just blasts down. My thesis here is that it goes down first, or down, and then, in fact, we'll just make it a little bit bigger, right here. There. be careful of a squeeze and spoos over this. And then of course you're trying to get long on the new contract. Whoop. There we start partying over there. So you can see it. There's the new high. There's the cup and handle, and also the big batwing W. But I do think you're going to catch a new low down here, some kind of new low in here. So watch out for more up in stock market. And just note all these. So this is your first wave right here. I'll just draw it in. See it. This is your 1. Your 1 right here. This is your 2. We just need to hold this down here. This is your 3 up here. Or it could just be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. And we don't know if it's 4, 5, or if it's just 1, 2, 3, and then down. I'm assuming it's just going to be corrective. Somewhere in here, they're going to try to take you out. Even if you fail this initially, this would be your 5 here. Back down here, and then there's your 5. You can see it right there. And the sell point should be up here, max 672. I don't know that we can get 674, 675. Right there. There. Yep, it's right down here, like 668, 40, 45. Just watch this one right here. We'll know it right in here.
Italy, France, and other 7 Mediterranean states say in a letter to the EU Commission that adrift Russian tanker represents imminent and serious risk of major ecological disaster.
Options versus prediction markedly are broadly aligned. Both suggest roughly a greater than 50% probability that the conflict ends within the next 2 months. It's a different way to look at it. I think it ends within the next 2 months. I think you're going to see hostilities, like more major hostilities, even though Trump's telling you they're going to end. I mean the ones that'll take out a carrier. I think those end next 3 weeks, max. 2 to 3 weeks, max. That's max. That's like 0.5% chance of 3 weeks, 15% of 2 weeks. I think it's going to end even sooner than that. I think you're going to see I think the damage becomes too great for Asia. So the timeline for this with OPEX and QOPEX is shocking. I think you're going to see an end to this faster than you think. And if there isn't an end within the next 2 weeks, inside of 2 weeks, things start falling apart economically around the world. So the U.S. is on this like really weird do or die kind of a thing. And I don't see the U.S. Looking for an out from Iran. I don't see it. Not unless they gave up all kinds of crazy shit. Watch out for a squeeze here. We could squeeze very soon. VIX getting annihilated right now. It's looking to blast down and then do a handle and start ripping faces to the downside. Be really careful of a big move up and at the end of the day today. One more minute here. I'm going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back with you guys. Move that over so you can see it. See if this gets bought right here or not.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Nvidia GTC AI conference. We have posted a live video of Nvidia's GTC AI conference on the feed for those interested. Right in 5 minutes' time, expecting Nvidia's GTC AI conference. And a reminder, the video is on the feed for those interested.
AI, physical AI. I mean, we even spoke about energy and everything in between. It is truly an
Got that conference video on right now for you.
You better get there quickly because the keynote is about to start. Thank you so much for following along today, joining these conversations with me. I mean, I don't know about you, but they were so inspiring, so much fun. Now, before we go, I'm going to throw it back to the stage.
Thanks, Tiff. Great work out there.
So that's a wrap for the pregame.
In just moments, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will take the stage.
Bill Huang coming to the stage here in just a few moments.
Building the future we've been all talking about on the stage.
We'd like to thank our many incredible guests, top AI leaders who are bringing about the next industrial revolution. I also want to thank my co-hosts, Gavin Baker and Alfred Lin, Tiffany Jansen, and the entire NVIDIA team for an unforgettable morning of insights and inspiring ideas.
Thank you, Sarah. Our day's not done yet. Hopefully, they save some seats for us because we're going to have to run over there for Jensen's keynote. I wouldn't want to miss it.
Me neither. From the SAP Center in San Jose, California, thanks for watching.
Bye.
All right, looks like we got a intermezzo here.
Afghanistan say Pakistan military violated the airspace again.
I don't see. I guess this is still live right now. They're just cutting away from Jensen's. It says it's pre-recorded, but I'm not sure. The Nvidia said at the keynote here. Yeah. So what if Pakistan violates airspace in Afghanistan? What are you gonna do about it, Afghanistan? You ain't gonna do shit. Pakistan will fuck up Afghanistan. Watch this closely here. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a few minutes here.
According to the IDF chief of staff, saying adding forces to deepen the damage to Hezbollah.
As soon as this Nvidia thing comes on, I'll pop it on the screen for you, or I'll put the audio on. That was the high tick right there. If you're in the Discord Pro room, I already posted to you a few minutes ago down here. Here we go. We got the
Over the past year, the idea of a humanoid in my house being able to do laundry for me, I need that like really badly. We're gonna be talking from everything from
I
energy,
don't know
economy,
what
social,
she's
and
doing.
so much more. Now, these conversations are going to cover not only what these thought leaders, these tech leaders are focused on right now, but what they are thinking about when it comes to the future of technology. We see it moving so quickly. Last year at DTC, I remember thinking to myself, "There's no way Nvidia can outdo themselves." But this year, they have.
So I'm gonna leave her on this voice just so we can catch up to real time.
What's coming up now this year?
Saudi Arabia says
This video is really, this live video is really far behind.
Is so exciting. I think a lot of the conversations today are really going to cover that. So
Hold on a second here.
where to put your focus. What's coming up next? And as I mentioned,
Oh no, it's over. They kill this?
these thought leaders, these tech leaders are focused on right now.
It looks like pre-recorded. Hold on here.
This is something we call
Think tight here, guys. This shit's pre-recorded. Hold on here, guys. They kicked us off that live stream. They got us on a new live stream now. Did I lose the stream? I'm losing the Twitch stream. Think tight here. I lost the Twitch stream. It's not saying I lost the Twitch stream on my end, but there we go. We're back again. We're back on again. Let's try it again. Twitch is back up again. So this whole Nvidia stream is weird. We got like 2 streams going right now. There's like two Nvidia streams. They fucked up their streams. Half-hour trigger now crossing the hourly trigger. Bullish.
According to Israel's Channel 12, citing a well-informed source, Arachi and Witkoff have been in contact via text messages these days. Nvidia shares add to gains, hitting above session high of CEO Jensen Huang's presentation, last up 2.9%.
You can see that I'm having some streaming issues here in the background.
Forging new paths.
Just a note that the keynote is starting now. Be aware of it.
For a bountiful harvest. In the moments that matter, tokens are already there. And in the miles between, they never stop. They work where human hands cannot. So we may all breathe easier. And the smallest hearts beat stronger. Tokens are helping us break new ground. On a scale never attempted, to empower
So we're
the
expecting
world.
comments soon from Nvidia's CEO Huang. We have to push the Nvidia comment feed for those interested.
So we can reach
Star Cloud 1, separation confirmed.
well beyond it. Together, we take the next great leap into a bright new future built for all mankind. And here,
Intel's Xeon 6 used as host
Is where it all
CPUs in
begins.
Nvidia's DGX Rubin NVL8 systems.
Just a note on I'm losing
Jensen Huang.
oh, wait a minute here.
Welcome
Welcome to GTC! I just want to remind you, this is a tech conference. All these people lining up so early in the morning, all of you in here, it's great to see you. GTC. GTC, we're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about platforms. NVIDIA has 3 platforms. You think that we mostly talk about one of them. It's related to QOPEX. Our systems is another platform, and now we have a new platform called AI Factories. We're going to talk about all of them, and most importantly, we're going to talk about ecosystems. But before I start, let me thank our pre-game show hosts. I thought they did a great job. Sarah Go of Conviction, Alfred Lim, Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA's first venture capitalist, Gavin Baker, NVIDIA's first major institutional investor. These 3 people are deep in technology, deep in what's going on, and of course, they have just a really broad reach of technology ecosystem. And then, of course, all of the VIPs that I hand-selected to join us today, all-star team. I want to thank all of you for that.
Fucking A, Twitch, man.
I also want to thank all the companies that are here. NVIDIA, as you know, is a platform company. We have technology, we have our platforms, we have rich ecosystem. And today, there are probably 100% of the $100 trillion of industry here. 450 companies sponsored this event. I want to thank you. 1,000 technical sessions, 2,000 speakers. This conference is going to cover every single layer of the 5-layer cake of artificial intelligence, from land, power, and shell, the infrastructure, to chips, to the platforms, the models, and of course, the most important, and ultimately, what's going to get this industry taken off is all of the applications. What it all began here. This is the 20th anniversary of CUDA. We've been working on CUDA for 20 years. For 20 years, we've been dedicated to this architecture, this revolutionary invention, SIMT, single instruction, multi-threaded, writing scalar code could spawn off into multi-threaded application, much, much easier to program than SIMD. We recently added tiles so that we could help people program tensor cores and the structures of mathematics that are so foundational to artificial intelligence today. Thousands of tools and compilers and frameworks and libraries. In open source, there's a couple of 100,000 public projects. CUDA literally is integrated into every single ecosystem. This chart basically describes 100% of NVIDIA's strategies. You've been watching me talk about this slide from the very beginning. And ultimately, the single hardest thing to achieve is the thing on the bottom, installed base. It has taken us 20 years to now have built up hundreds of millions of GPUs and computing systems around the world that run CUDA. We are in every cloud. We're in every computer company. We serve just about every single industry. The installed base of CUDA is the reason why the flywheel is accelerating. The installed base is what attracts developers, who then creates new algorithms that achieves a breakthrough. For example, deep learning. There are so many others. Those breakthroughs leads to entirely new markets, which builds new ecosystems around them with other companies that join, which creates a larger installed base. This flywheel is now accelerating. The number of downloads of NVIDIA libraries is incredibly accelerating. It's at a very large scale and growing faster than ever. This flywheel is what makes this computing platform able to sustain so much applications, so many new breakthroughs, but most importantly, it also enables these infrastructures to have extraordinarily useful life. And the reason for that is very millions. Combination of dynamics is what makes the Nvidia architecture expand its reach, accelerating its growth, at the same time driving down computing cost, which ultimately encourages new growth. So CUDA is at the center of it. But our journey to CUDA actually started 25 years ago. GeForce I know how many of you grew up with GeForce. GeForce is NVIDIA's greatest marketing campaign. We attract future customers starting long before you could afford to pay for it yourself. Your parents paid.
Seen some downwards movement
Your
in the
parents
DXY.
paid. Your parents paid for you to be NVIDIA customers. And every single year, they paid up year after year after year until someday you became an amazing computer scientist. And
Fix 9-day getting annihilated. Dollar getting annihilated.
But this is the house that GeForce made. 25 years ago, we started our journey, which led to CUDA. 25 years ago, we invented the programmable shader, a perfectly unobvious invention to make an accelerator programmable, the world's first programmable accelerator, the pixel shader. 25 years ago, that led us to explore further and further. 20 years later, 5 years later, the invention of CUDA. One of the biggest investments that we made, and we couldn't afford it at the time, and it consumed the vast majority of our company's profits, was to take CUDA on the backs of GeForce to every single computer. We dedicated ourselves to create this platform because we felt so strongly about its potential. But ultimately, the company's dedication
say
to
they're
it,
responding to a fire at the Shah
the hardships
oil
in the
field.
beginning, believing in every single day, for 13 generations or 20 years, we now have CUDA installed everywhere. The pixel shader led to, of course, the revolution of GeForce. And then 10 years ago, we introduced, about 10 years ago, what is it, 8 years ago? We introduced RTX, a complete redesign of our architecture for the modern era of computer graphics. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. GeForce, therefore, enabled Alex Kruszewski and Ilya Sutskever and Jeff Hinton, Andrew Ng, and so many others to discover that the GPU could be their friend in accelerating deep learning. It started the big bang of AI. 10 years ago, we decided that we would fuse programmable shading and introduce two new ideas: ray tracing, hardware ray tracing, which is incredibly hard to do, and a new idea at the time. Imagine, about 10 years ago, we thought that AI would revolutionize computer graphics. Just as GeForce brought AI to the world, AI is now going to go back and revolutionize how computer graphics is done all together. Well, today I'm going to show you something of the future. This is our next generation of graphics technology. We call it neural rendering, the fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it.
Next, WTI crude April futures settle at $93.50 a barrel, down $5.21 or 5.28%. NYMEX diesel April futures settle at around $3.83 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at around $3 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas April
Computer
futures settle at
graphics
around
comes to life.
$3.02.
Now, what did we do? We fused controllable 3D graphics, the ground truth of virtual worlds, the structured data. Remember this word, the structured data of virtual worlds, of generated worlds. We combine 3D graphics, structured data, with generative AI, probabilistic computing. One of them is completely predictive, the other one probabilistic, yet highly realistic. We combine these two ideas, controlled through structured data, controlled perfectly, and yet generated at the same time. And as a result,
Nvidia DLSS5 delivers AI-powered
amazing,
breakthrough
as
in
well
visual
as
fidelity for
controllable.
games.
This concept of fusing structured information and generative AI will repeat itself in one industry after another industry after another industry. Structured data is the foundation of trustworthy AI. Well, this is going to scare you a little bit. I'm going to flip the slide, and don't gasp. So we're going to go through this schematic for the rest of the time. This is my best slide. Every time I ask the team, what's my best slide? Repeatedly, this was it. They say, don't do it, Jensen. Don't do it. I said, no. These seats are free for some of you. So this is your price of admission. So this is structured data. You've heard of it. SQL, Spark, Pandas, Velox, some of these really, really important, very large platforms. Snowflake, Databricks, EMR, Amazon EMR, Azure Fabric, Google Cloud, BigQuery. All of these platforms are processing data frames. These data frames are giant spreadsheets, and they hold all of life's information. This is the structured data, the ground truth of business. This is the ground truth of enterprise computing. Well, now we're going to have AI use structured data, and we better accelerate the living daylights out of it. It used to be okay, and we would, of course, we would accelerate structured data so that we could do more, we could do it more cheaply, we could do it more frequently per day, and keep the company running at a much more synchronized way. However, in the future, what's going to happen is these data structures are going to be used by AI, and AI is going to be much, much faster than us. Future agents are going to use structured databases as well. And then, of course, the unstructured database, the generative database. This database represents the vast majority of the world. Vector databases, unstructured data, PDFs, videos.
Nvidia saying Nvidia DLSS5 arriving this fall.
About 90% of what's generated every single year is unstructured data. Until now, this data has been completely useless to the world. We read it, we put it into our file system, and that's it. Unfortunately, we can't query it. We can't search for it. It's hard to do that. And the reason for that is because there's no easy indexing of unstructured data. You have to understand its meaning, its purpose. And so now we have AI do that. Just as AI was able to solve multi-modality perception and understanding, you can use that same technology, multi-modality perception and understanding, to go read a PDF, to understand its meaning. And from that meaning, embed it into a larger structure that we can search into, we can query into. Nvidia created two foundational libraries, just like we created RTX for 3D graphics. We created cuDF for data frames, structured data. We created cuVS for vector stores, semantic data, unstructured data, AI data. These two platforms are going to be two of the most important platforms in the future. Super excited to see its adoption throughout the network, this complicated network of the world's data processing systems. And the reason for that is because data processing has been around a long time. And therefore, so many different companies and platforms and services, it has taken us a long time to integrate deeply into this ecosystem. I'm super proud of the work that we're doing here. And then today, we're announcing several of them. IBM, the inventor of SQL, one of the most important domain-specific languages of all time, is accelerating Watson X data with QDF. Let's take a look at it.
60 years ago, IBM introduced the System 360,
Seeing shares spike in
the
IBM
first modern platform
off the back
for
of
general-purpose
Nvidia CEO
computing,
Huang.
launching the computing
Livestream.
era. Then SQL, a declarative language to query data without requiring the computer to be instructed step by step. And the data warehouse, each the foundations of modern enterprise computing. Today, IBM and Nvidia are reinventing data processing for the era of AI by accelerating IBM Watson X data SQL engines with Nvidia GPU computing libraries. Data is the ground truth that gives AI context and meaning. AI needs
Nvidia
rapid
shares
access
pair
to
gain
massive
as
data
CEO
sets.
Jensen Huang speaks at
Today's
Developers Conference,
CPU data
last up
processing
about
systems
2.4%.
can't keep up. Nestle makes thousands of supply chain decisions every day.
IBM shares
Their
quickly
order to
spiked to
cash
session
data
high
market
up
aggregates
2.3%.
every supply, order, and delivery event across global operations in 185 countries. On CPUs, Nestle refreshed the data mart a few times a day. With accelerated Watson X data running on Nvidia GPUs, Nestle can run the same workload 5 times faster at 83% lower cost. The next computing platform has arrived, accelerated computing for the era of AI.
NVIDIA accelerates data processing in the cloud. We also accelerate data processing on-prem. As you know, Dell is the world-leading computer systems maker, and they also are one of the world's leading storage providers. And they worked with us to create the Dell AI data platform that integrates QDF and QVS to create an accelerated data platform, well, for the era of AI. And this is an example of what they did with NTT Data, huge speed up. This is cloud, Google Cloud, and Google Cloud, as you know, we've been working with Google Cloud for a very long time. We accelerate Google's Vertex AI. We now accelerate BigQuery, really important framework and really important platform. And this is an example of our work together with Snapchat, where we reduced their cost of computing by nearly 80%. When you accelerate data processing, when you accelerate computing,
say data again.
you get the benefit of scale. But most importantly, you also get the benefit of cost.
Data.
All of those come together as one. It was originally called Moore's Law. Moore's Law was about getting performance doubling every couple of years. It's another way of saying, so long as the price remains about the same, and most computers remained about the same, you're also getting twice the performance every year, or you're reducing the cost of computing every single year. Well, Moore's Law has run out of steam. We need a new approach. Accelerated computing allows us to take these giant leaps forward. And as you will see later, because we continue to optimize the algorithms, and NVIDIA is an algorithm company, as we continue to optimize the algorithms, and because our reach is so large and our install base is so large, we can reduce the computing cost, increasing the scale, increasing the speed for everybody continuously. This is Google Cloud.
Except for your DDR5.
I just wanted to show you 3
Let's go into the moon here, boys.
built the accelerated computing platform.
Cole's Law.
I gave you 3 examples. RTX is one of them, QDF is another, QVS, and we'll show you a few more. These libraries sit on top of our platform. But ultimately, we integrate into the world's cloud services, into the world's OEMs, and together, and other platforms that I'll show you, together, we're able to reach the world. This pattern, NVIDIA, Google Cloud, Snapchat, will repeat over and over again, and it kind of looks like this. And so this is one example, NVIDIA with Google Cloud. We accelerate Vertex AI. We accelerate BigQuery. We accelerate, I'm super proud of the work that we've done with JAX and XLA. We are incredible on PyTorch. We're the only accelerator in the world that's incredible on PyTorch and incredible on Jackson XLA. And the customers that we support, the Base 10s, the CrowdStrikes, Puma, Salesforce, they're not our customers.
So again, furthermore,
but they're
IBM working with Nvidia
developers
on
of
data
ours that we've
processing.
integrated
Shares
the
rise
Nvidia
2%.
technologies into that we can then land on the clouds. Our relationship with cloud service providers are essentially us bringing customers to them. We integrate our libraries, we accelerate workloads, and we land those customers in the clouds. And so, as you could see, most of our cloud service providers love working with us, and they're always asking us to land the next customer on their cloud. And I just want to let you know, there are a lot of customers. We're going to accelerate everybody. And so there'll be lots and lots of customers who will be able to land in your cloud. Just be patient with us. And so this is Google Cloud. This is AWS. We've been working with AWS a long time. And one of the things I'm super excited about this year is we're going to bring OpenAI to AWS. And so it's going to drive enormous consumption of cloud computing at AWS. It's going to expand the reach and expand the compute of OpenAI. And as you know, they are completely compute constrained. And so AWS, we accelerate EMR, we accelerate SageMaker, we accelerate Bedrock. NVIDIA is integrated really deeply into AWS. They were our first cloud partner. Microsoft Azure. NVIDIA's A100 supercomputer was the first one we built was for NVIDIA. The first one we installed was at Azure. And that led to the big successful partnership with OpenAI. But we've been working with Azure for quite a long time. We accelerate Azure Cloud. Now it's their AI Foundry we partner deeply with. We accelerate Bing Search. We work with them on Azure regions. This is one of the areas that is incredibly important as we continue to expand AI throughout the world. One of the capabilities that we offer is confidential computing. That in confidential computing, you want to make sure that even the operator cannot see your data. Even the operator cannot touch or see your models. Confidential computing, NVIDIA's GPUs is the first ones in the world to do that. It's now able to support confidential computing and protected deployment of these very valuable OpenAI models.
Unless the government wants access.
Throughout clouds and different regions and all.
We're going to give it to them.
Confidential computing is super important. And here's an example.
Confidential computing my ass.
Customers that we work with. Synopsys,
we promise.
We're accelerating all of their EDA and CAE workflows. And then we land it at Microsoft Azure.
I love it. Confidential computing. Who controls that? We do.
First AI customer.
What about me? Can I control that? Fuck no.
First supplier. We were their first supplier also, but we were their first AI customer. I'm quite proud of the fact that I explained AI clouds to Oracle for the first time, and we were their first customer.
According to Fitch ratings,
Since
US
then,
default
they've
rates
really
hold
taken
steady
off.
as geopolitical
We've landed a
volatility
whole bunch
weighs
of our
on
partners
markets.
there. Cohere and Fireworks, and of course, very famously, OpenAI. A great partnership with Court.
I'm dropping, if you're watching right now on Twitch, I'm dropping keyframes. I'm going to try to fix it after the stream is over.
A company that was built with only one singular purpose, to prevent.
Yeah, exactly, Daddy Powell. You're confidentially computing, you're computing confidentially, we promise.
They've got some fantastic customers, and they're growing incredibly. One of the platforms.
Sneaky swear. We're not trading AI on it either.
3 of our companies have made
We would never do that.
brand new type of AI platform, the Palantir Ontology platform, an AI platform, and we could stand up these platforms.
The AI must eat.
In any air-gapped region, completely on-prem, completely on-site, completely in the field. AI could be deployed literally.
Remember, this is
Our confidential computing capability.
this is 1, 2, 3 is up here. We don't know if we'll get a 4 and a 5.
Accelerated computing and AI stack from data processing, whether it's vectors or.
Can be another bump up here. I would be very cautious of once we get up here. This cell zone up here.
Special working relationship with the world's cloud service providers. And all of them are here.
He needs to keep talking too.
Seeing them during booth tour, and it's just so incredibly exciting. I just want to thank all of you for the hard work.
Maybe I'll get a job doing that. I'll just sit in front of the front row and just I'll twirl my fingers.
Nvidia is vertically integrated, the world's first vertically integrated.
I'll sit in the front row and I'm like,
open company. And the reason that's necessary is very simple.
keep talking, keep saying more.
Accelerated computing is not a chip problem.
No, more data.
A systems problem. Accelerated computing has a missing word.
You look so small down there.
Say it anymore.
What are you doing, Bill?
Acceleration. If I could make a computer run everything faster, that's called a CPU. But that's run out of steam.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
Forward and continue to bring tremendous speed up, tremendous cost reduction is through application or domain-specific acceleration. I dropped that phrase in the front, and therefore it just became.
I'm so against this. But I know that's the future.
Reason why NVIDIA has to be library after library, domain after domain, vertical after vertical.
When we come to that point where they're running all your fucking RAM remotely, I gotta buy a bunch of shit and try to get like the best home compute I can get. Hopefully I'll be long dead by the time.
Deploy the algorithm in whatever scenario it wants to be deployed, whether it's a data center, cloud, on-prem, at the edge, or in a robotic system. All of those computing systems are different. And finally, the systems and chips. We are vertically integrated. What makes it incredibly powerful, and the reason why you saw all the slides, is because NVIDIA is horizontally open. We'll work and integrate NVIDIA's technology into whatever platform you would like us to integrate into. We offer you the software, we offer you libraries, we integrate with your technology so that we can bring accelerated computing to everybody in the world. Well, this GTC is really a great demonstration of that.
I wonder if it'll be illegal to do this at home.
And I'll use some examples. But in every single case, whether it's automotive, by the way, financial services, the largest percentage of attendees at this GTC is from the financial services industry. I know. I'm hoping it's developers, not traders. Guys. Here's
Someone's telling him to pump it up. He's like, look, you're pump it again. We're ready to start pumping NVIDIA stock.
The audience represents NVIDIA's ecosystem upstream of our supply chain and downstream of our supply chain. And we think about our supply chain upstream and downstream. And it's just so exciting that our entire upstream supply chain this last year, irrespective of whether you're a 50-year-old company, we have 70-year-old companies, we have a 150-year-old company who are now part of NVIDIA's supply chain and partnering with us either upstream or downstream. And last year,
NVIDIA is almost ready to take another rip here. Maybe that'll push us over the edge on SPY.
Congratulations.
Don't leave now, Bill.
We're on to something here. This is the beginning of something very, very big.
Stay with us, Bill Huang.
If you look at accelerated computing, we've now set the computing platform, but in order for us to activate those computing platforms, we need to have domain-specific libraries that solve very important problems in each one of the verticals that we address. You see us addressing every single one of this. Autonomous vehicles, our reach, our breadth.
Yeah, tell them about how in 2027 it's mandated for the federal government to have listening devices and cameras all over your car. Tell them about that, Jensen. They can turn your car off whenever they think you've done something wrong.
Discovering insight and discovering patterns.
Like how they're arresting people right now with AI matching people's faces and then putting them in jail until they figure out they get the wrong person.
Some really exciting work that we're there. We have a great keynote track here. We have a great keynote track. Kimberly Powell's doing a great keynote track for healthcare. We're talking about AI physics or AI biology for drug discovery, AI agents for customer service and support of diagnosis, and of course, physical AI, robotic systems. All these different
Just waiting here on NVDA to turn up.
platforms that NVIDIA provides.
Be very soon.
We are completely resetting and starting the largest build-out of human history. And
100%.
most of the world's industries, building AI factories, building chip plants, building...
It's going to, unless like the government or the people, or I don't think corporations will, but unless governments and people stop this or slowed this down,
broadcast support and
it's going to start. It's going to the verticalness of when this takes place. Once they have the data centers built out and the energy built out, it's going to go fucking fast.
There are 35 different companies here building with us the next generation of quantum GPU hybrid systems, retail and CPG, using NVIDIA for supply chain, using creating...
All right, this is the last buy spot for Nvidia over at 12:30. We'll see if they buy this dip or not. Be careful in case we roll here. Nvidia's this should be the place, like right where the buyers should be. We'll see if they can get another pump out of this.
Computers necessary to build robotic systems. We are integrated with, working with literally every single company.
Yeah, I'm a little low on it. Should be a little bit lower. A little bit lower on Nvidia. Sorry.
At the show, and then telecommunications, about as large as the world's IT industry, about $2 trillion. We see, of course, base stations everywhere. It's one of the world's infrastructures. It was the infrastructure of the last generation of computing. That infrastructure is going to get completely reinvented.
Right there. I'll just draw it in so I don't lose my place here.
Base station, which is...
It's like 183.81, 183.88.
It's going to be an AI infrastructure platform in the future. AI will run at the edge. And so lots of great discussion there. And our platform there is called Aerial or AI RAN. Big partnership with Nokia, big partnership with T-Mobile and many others. At the core of our business, everything that I just mentioned, computing platforms, but very importantly, our CUDA-X libraries.
Brent crude futures settle at $100.21 a barrel, down $2.93 or 2.84%.
That's what makes it possible for me to be able to go into every single one of these industries, imagine the future, and have the world's best computer scientists describe and solve problems, refactor it, re-express it, and turn it into a library. We have so many. I think we have, at this show, we're announcing 100 libraries, 70 libraries, maybe 40 models. And that's just at the show. We're updating these all the time. We're updating them all the time. The libraries is
aren't good anymore. They don't matter.
It is what makes it possible.
Target will be down here.
The computing platform to be activated in service of solving a problem, making impact. One of the most important libraries that we ever created, cuDNN, CUDA Deep Neural Networks. It completely revolutionized artificial intelligence, caused the big bang of modern AI. Let me show you a short video about CUDA-X.
20 years ago, we built CUDA.
I'm going to mute that there for a minute. Just be careful here. There's a little bit of weakness into the 5-minute trigger, a little bit of weakness as well in NVDA. NVDA should trade down to like 183.81, 183.88, so you can see a little bit of weakness here as the 5-minute crosses the weekly trigger. We probably need to take a look at expectations here as well. I'll keep him on here in the background. I'm going to switch screens really quick and just give you an idea of what to look forward to tomorrow. Now, we got to talk because we have a lot on the plate this week. Today, and we got Jensen. I think we might even have him on Wednesday. I think I said Wednesday this morning. They'll be doing a big keynote there. NVDA is dropping down right now to that zone right there. The buyers should show up right where they are right now. I was misspeaking earlier. You can see they just got a huge buy right there too. Now we got to take a look at in the right place here. Okay. we got to take a look at this right here. So let's just take a quick peek right here and just see where we are. We're going up, right? And then we're trying to smash up into this 4 right here, and maybe this one here. Maybe we get this last one here. It's all in service, though, of down is the point. I'm going to delete all of this right now because at the end of the day, we're getting more information. And what I want to show you is that that 4-hour candle has come into play here. And you've got the second 4-hour right here. So you can see it. We're going to jump around here for a minute, but I was discussing this with the pro traders in Discord earlier. And I had said to them, you've got a new 4-hour candle starting here. And this is kind of your way higher here, right where we are. This is your way higher is this 4-hour candle. Now, the idea on this, I want you to be looking back on this right here. There's your, I want you to be looking back. I want you to look back right in, you can see it, it actually extends back here. Now this is the idea that people are hoping for, right? We're going to come back, close this upside gap on SPX, and they'll roll us down. It's the thought, right? But there isn't as much gap here as there isn't as much gap on SPX over here as there was over here on SPY. So let me just take you to the top really quick and just show you this. I don't know where I am now. I've lost my play. There we go. This is SPX Gamma. You've got some good back testing here. That's good to see. So you have to hold this to be able to close this gap up higher at 67.50. The little sellers are right here. So potentially you get more upside. Then close this gap down below. Maybe we get back up here to go lower. I can't tell at the moment. The only thing that you should be trading here, though, is knowing that we're gearing up to go lower. Okay, sellers are here. The weekly velocity is negative. There's little sellers above, and even if we squeeze up here, they're going to try to take us lower. Just note that note what? No, what is there? Note that we've got. Note that even if we come up here, smash up here, that we're still looking to close this down here. So it's more of a pick your poison, either here or here, to go lower, to close that stuff up. If we look, I can't hear him right now. I don't know why my desktop audio is not playing him. He's chatting in the background, but I do want you to be prepared for something here into tomorrow. The danger that I'm afraid of is this Vixpiration. If we don't get it on, if they try to price in the contract roll early because of so much going on Wednesday, too many unknowns, right? Am I on the right fucking page here? Hold on. What you don't want to see happen is we lose the day here, or maybe we squeeze up into the close, right? And then we're bloodbathing tomorrow on that early Vixpiration, or like fade and roll, price in doom for, or I should say we should be. It's like popping up here, right? You come into Tuesday and it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna fade this right down. They kind of like dog us in here, and then you get trap us in, and then you get the no cuts on Wednesday, non-event to the downside until like Wednesday, and that's the rest of your peak, right? Or so you've killed VIX, let's say 9-day down to like 23 or $22 over here. And then they start ramping the VIX into the new contract up here.
Nvidia-backed AI startup.
No, excuse me, not up there. Go down here and then further down into opex. And then the VIX starts ramping. So the VIX gets murdered here. VIX starts climbing on the new contract to the downside on a Friday.
Intelligence models with a South Korean partner.
So we're going to look at here is quickly here's
supporting American technology around the world.
Sorry about that. I got a bunch going on my end here. So we have this new 4-hour candle. This is the basis for the bulls to go higher.
Company being named as Reflection AI.
There is a lower high down here. Show you that. There is a higher low. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm misspeaking here. There is a lower high. Bring a lower. Jesus Christ, a lower low on this morning. Which implies more down, and also implies that the sellers are going to come out and about around 67.50 to make new lows. Come down here, hit this one to make new lows down here into Fridays. Just be aware of it. And even though we're in a 4-hour right now, we're just going to draw this out for you for the so you're prepared for the overnight end into tomorrow. Just go back to this really quick. See if this Nvidia got bought in that line. Looks like it did. Okay. So this is a monthly basis right here. This is green now. This will cause a reaction to the upside. Be aware of that. Even if we slice through it, it's still going to cause a reaction to the upside. That is your downside target right there. We want to pay close attention to this, to these two targets right here. You're paying close attention to this one right here. And if you're a seller, you want to pay attention to these two numbers, 672.77, 675.22. I don't think we get above that. I don't think that we do. This is the basis for these two white lines right here are the basis for the bears to get this big move down into all of this volatility on Wednesday. Then QOPEX to the downside over here. Expiration, FOMC, blah, 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 blah. So the sellers are there. Be aware that the sellers are there.
Journal, Nvidia to supply chips for Korea data center.
We're going to snap this one right down here. This is a big D right here, too. And I don't think I think this is a trap for bulls up here. Watch this closely. It's where the sellers want to be. You can already see they came in right here. See, they came in right here. You see series of lower lows, new low down here, all bearish, even in the face of all this bullishness. This is all Iran, all of this, all Iran. And it's stuff that no one's telling you. It's like they're not telling you about the shit in Mexico and Texas. They're not telling you about the damage that's being done underneath the surface. I can't find it anywhere. This morning they announced that Vietnam and I believe Laos and China are limiting jet fuel exporting. They're not going to tell you the damage that's being done. And every day that we don't have some kind of resolution, any kind of plan, any kind of like, we're doing this, we're doing that. We have it over the weekend. We got some of it, but at the same time, just note that every hour that passes every day is damaging to world economies. So we're going to just check this really quick right here. There's a 4-hour right in here. Put that one right there. Put this back really quick. Really, the weekly is what you're watching for here. Now you have a new 4-hour right here. This one's white. Kind of a messy chart here, boys, because of the squeeze potential. Another one right here. Sorry for so many numbers and shit on here, but this is what this is what like Pravorsky and everyone's afraid of, is this big squeeze up here. This is where all the sellers like concentrated. They're all like right fucking here. Some of this probably has some baguette selling stuff, like, oh, we sold, we've been selling, I gotta get in on it, right? So I need puts. I want to get paid on Friday. So you're going to see people get more and more aggressive. The threat of squeezing gets more and more possible because of it too. Early sellers stepping in. They just want to see it. Like, you know what they want to see, right? Like, let's get down here by Tuesday, Wednesday, bro, and I don't care, right? Down here, wherever that may be, 50s, do it right now. So it's just like sell. They're not even giving a chance on a Monday here. So we're gonna look at from where we are right now. This is 1600 right here. From where we are right now, I'll give you maybe one more pop into the bell here. I'm willing to give you like one more pop up here into the bell. Nope. Nope. Because what this is saying is you pop this. Pop this into tomorrow's open. But I'm not a believer in this. I'm not on buy side here. And this W right here is the most important one. And this right here needs to be dotted. There's no requirement that we do this. I'll for shits and giggles, I'll give it to you for for the open tomorrow. For shits and giggles, one more rip higher. But that does not need to happen. And I think I'm being generous even drawing that there. You're going to smash this one right here. And then take this one out right here. Right here. So for Tuesday down. Hold on here. I gotta. One quick second here. I'm not tired. I just need to check this stuff over here. I just gotta check the prior low over here.
Nvidia CEO sees 2027 at least $1 trillion of revenue, seeing strong upwards movement in the S&P 500 off the back of that headline.
Woohoo! Am I getting paid now, finally?
Nvidia CEO says computing demand to be higher than...
Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Did you go long Nvidia? It's cranking. It's trading 188.13 right now. Get out right there. 188.13, 88.59. There's one more target at 190. 63 and 190.37. I gotta check my shit here really quick. Hold on here, boys. Oh, fuck yeah.
Now, Nvidia CEO
ranking
about data center revenue through...
I'm making bank right now. Hold on here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Let's go back and look at this. So you can see it. We just hit the 4-hour mark up here. We've got one more to go at 672.73. We might be done here. That might be it right there. Dude, fuck you doing? Fuck is with my calls here. Fuck you. Fuck is going on? You fucking cocksucking. God damn it. I'm so fucking furious right now. I'm gonna fucking turn this fucking show up. Sorry, it's not you guys.
Add gains to
Motherfucker. They just took half my fucking money on that fucking rip.
last at 4.6%.
I fucking god damn it. Oh, I fucking want to fucking. Oh.
After Nvidia's forecast.
I just missed that rip. Okay. I'm going to calm down here. I need to calm down for a minute. I'm just going to calm the fuck down really quick. I'm going to turn that shit off. I don't want to look at it. Okay, so. I'm fucking furious now. Okay. God damn. Jesus fucking. I can't fucking win sometimes. Like fucking sitting over here fucking around. Sorry. Like fucking furious. I got like a shit ton of calls on. I just watched them double and then the money, like half the money just left that trade just then. Okay. Anyways. So I was looking over here fucking dicking around to this right here. Oh! Fuck my life. God damn. I want you to pay attention to this green box down here, okay? New low right there, down there. Fuck me, man. Fucking, it's for fucking, fuck. Fucking like the one fucking minute that I'm not paying attention. Oh, it's like all fucking day. Sitting here all day long, I got my second trade on, and I'm fucking not getting paid for it. Oh, okay. Sorry. I am looking for maybe I can redraw this or at least this one right here. It's gonna go just like this. Gonna slap into that one. You're gonna get the cup and handle down there. Make that new low down here. 660 right on the money. Remember 660 down there? Big old squeeze up here, right, for the bigger move, and then down in here. Fuck. Yeah. Hate my life sometimes. I really do. Like fucking shit like this. Oh! That was a big move right there. That was a fuck ton of money. Okay, so up, down, right, down over here. This should be your expectation. From this point forward over here. Let me just take one more peek. Yeah, and there's that fucking drop. It's just like that. This is Wednesday in here. This is... And the ugliest part of this, too, is that this is... And the ugliest part of this is, like, here's your Wednesday. Here's 2 p.m. You know, even if you get, like, oh, yeah, everything is great. Yeah, it's you start the day with, like, yeah, we're not getting a cut. It's nobody cares about FOMC, and then at the end of the day, it's just blood shanked right down here. Bloodbath to the downside. So Just be aware. Fuck me. I'm so fucking mad right now. God damn. Fuck. It was such a good trade right there. I'm out now. I bounced. I fucking sold. I was so angry. I was like, fuck it, get me out of here. I'm just watching like the fucking, I had a bunch of like calls on and I'm just watching the profit just fucking get erased up here. So we'll put this one in here. This is whatever that is. Bullshit. God. Anyways, look for a place to sell on a high like we just had. Like we just had. That's probably, look at how close that is to being complete. I'd say that's done. You know, yeah, you might get one more, but you know, you see that right there? You got new high. But look at how close that is to the top. Like, it's fucking pennies. So, maybe we get pounded out one more time up here. And still down. And, you know, truthfully, the only thing you need to care about here, and you missed this 4 hour too. You missed this one right here. You missed that one for continuation. And this is the big boys up. Here's the big sellers are like right up here, 672.63. That might be top right there. You might see one more. You might see like, here, in a 1 minute, I'll just show you this. On a 1 minute, you might see one more exit up here. Oh, wait a minute.
Nvidia quickly pairs gains to 2.8%.
It's like up here and then not there. Like up here and then back down again to the downside. You might get one more out here, but fuck. It's gonna fucking goddamn. Oh, I do everything right and then I'm fucking dicking around with some other shit. Oh, bang! What am I trading for and stream for? Oh my god. If you took the money up there, congrats. Take the money and run. Try to save your ass instead of fucking taking my own money. Oh god. Okay. It's the end of the day. It's 15:18 right now, so we got 42. I'm gonna start crying here. 15:18 right now. The day is ending. If you're going to look for a place to short, you still could theoretically, you could say the high is not in yet. Just bring some of this stuff over. No, that one's right here. This one's right here. If you're like a min-maxer, maybe you get the bump up. 672.63. But dudes, I'm telling you, that's probably the fucking top. You can see they grabbed it right over here. And this is so close. You know, you can't, this is an auto sell. See how it's auto sell here? Auto sell here. As soon as we went up there, they started hammering it. So, yeah, we might go up again, but I think that was top. I think that was it. So, just be wary of this as we head into tomorrow. Maybe one more open and after hours, you get one more bump up. But this shit's still going to roll. So just be aware of it. You're getting your warning right now into
embassy in Baghdad.
Motherfuckers. Fucking duh. Duh. Not only that, like, look at how fast they are up there. Bastards. I swear. And I wasn't watching. I was over here doing fucking expectations from. If I was watching that shit, dudes, you already know what I'd be telling you. I think I told you. I think I got it on stream saying take the money and run. I think I told you at Nvidia to buy that fucking dip. And then I said to you, sell the fuck out of that while I'm fucking beaten off with fucking expectations. Oh, God. Fuck. Fuck my life. Now all I need is my wife to fuck with me and my kids. Ugh. So soul crushing. So my dad taught me. Nobody cares about you, bro. Oh, dude, I can't even tell you what I just lost. I don't even want to. I don't even want you to understand. Like, I just lost tens of thousands of dollars just then. Like, my fucking face is gonna melt off here. I mean, I didn't lose money, but I lost money that I made that I would have fucking immediately closed. Oh, like, fucking goddamn. Okay, I gotta get over this after the close. Fuck me. Fuck my life. That's like my wife. That's like that was, you know, the reason I brought my wife and kids up, because it reminded me of like peering into my savings account when I was raising kids and going, oh God, that's so big. And then my wife will see it and say, oh, we got a big problem over here. We're gonna need that money. It's just gone. Gone. Fuck me. Ugh. Ugh. There's such a beautiful little fucking rip like right there. It's so fucking beautiful. There's your fifth fucking wave right there. Or it's like 2 waves, not 5. We've broken the it's definitely, or 3, excuse me. The fifth turn on this is dead now. We've broken right through it. So this would have held right here. If we had gone slow enough. If we'd gone slow enough up here, could have back tested, taken some more crema off the top, and that ain't gonna happen. We're done. What they're gonna do now is they're gonna give you a chance to escape and then roll it. In my view. Now, between now and tomorrow, the warning for you that I have for you tonight into the close today is I can't tell you. I'm not gonna tell you that the expiration doesn't come early this time. I want you to be aware that it could come on Wednesday, it could come on Tuesday. You may or may not get an unclench. Here's the other side of this coin. You may need like expiration for a partial unclench. Then you're going to need FOMC to hammer it home. And then you're likely going to need actual QOPEX on Friday to be the magnet or whatever the where all the options go to die for the quarter. Now, this is not good. I want you to know that heading into where we are in price right now is in no way good for the end of QOPEX, nor month end, nor first week of the new month. And you're going to see some really bearish shit come out there. Now, as soon as that bearish shit is out there, normally I would say we'd squeeze thereafter. Maybe go up there and see that daily trigger. But in this case, if you're getting the, like you get the initial bearish option rolling, right? And you're thinking, as soon as they're done rolling those options, we're going to squeeze. The dealer's going to counter that. When you come into this new quarter, you might get, like we had talked to you about with the CTAs and all the other participants, they could do real money selling that could counteract any of that squeezing. So just be conscious of that as we head into the rest of this week, into the end of the month, and the new month flows. And the street is very aware that we have to keep the market down to break that trend. Just keep that on the top of your mind, is that the market wants to sell, and the market has broken trend, and now they're going to close the fucking door as we come into this new month. Now remember, if we're buying the dip, right? If we're in trend and we're going up as a bull, think about this from a bull's perspective. You're looking for the new quarter to put you on a low so you can get long for the quarter. So if I want to get low for a quarter, right? If I want to get long for a new quarter, I'm looking for a low to get long on. So if I'm trying to get short for this new quarter, you're going to be looking for a high to get short on. Now, theoretically, we should be going into the first week of April on a high, on a major high, on the daily trigger, but not before we shut the fucking door on this, market. So you could see something really funky like, let me go back to a 1 hour here. So what you could end up seeing here is we get buried into, here's the new month right here, right? So if you're like, oh, we're gonna have a huge squeeze, big one. I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect that until after the first. So if you're the street and you're now trying to sell this new quarter, or at least the first month of the new quarter, bring, I don't know, everybody to heel and the damage being done, you're likely not going to see any kind of a ability to get a bigger squeeze until we're at a lower number. And even then, you're going to be watching this daily trigger come down, and even if we're breaking up here, it's only to service new lows. So you get the roll on the 30th, right? When you come into the 31st, you're going to get the roll. There'll be some bearish, of course, doom, and then back test that low right here, whatever that. Let me just draw it for you better. It should look something like this.
Nvidia announces new grok.
New low, right here. Right, bounce fuck around over here for the quarter end, right? You come up. Wait a minute. You're coming back up into here, and then you're gonna get on the 31st. You're gonna get some really extremely bearish close. That should bottom on this prior bottom over here. Whipsaw back up right here. But we've already broken trend at this point.
And Nvidia announces
and
CPU-based.
I want you to see this right here. So what you're going to end up getting over here is you're going to getting like something like this right here. It's right up in there somewhere. And what they're going to do to you is you're trapped in here. So this daily trigger will come down, flatten out a little, or flatten down a little bit, and down. Now, what's hella scary here is when we're going the downside of this. This is the delta hedging from dealers. If you get real money selling in here, it could thwart that high. It could be like, hey, we're not going to actually go up that high. We're going to stop right here and start selling. I don't expect this to be as big as anyone else's. Maybe it is. You get one more before you get the fuck out of here for the new month high, and then it's a matter of trading the 40s. I will trade the 40s. That's the new low. Then we'll swing down, trade the 20s, and continuing to the zeros. And you also have like you also have, this is the 15th. We'll likely be trading the 620s down here. You'll get a quick bump for the returns for IRS return or IRS deadlines, but most of that money's already come out and been spent, believe it or not. I think 30% of returns are already spent. And then after that, you're going to get one more bloodbath into May down here. We're going to swing down and come right into like May go away. I know that looks like dog shit, but just so you can see it, this is what it's going to look like. And this is going to be your daily trigger trap over here and your daily trigger trap over there. Just so you can see it down here, pin it in, down, and then down to the downside. And they're going to take this thing down until, see, like $1 or $2 up here doesn't matter, does it? You know, you're like looking over here, and they're gonna take it to party town. And unless we see more than just, they fucked this whole around thing up so many times that there's nothing you can do about this. The time that it's going to take.
Have been in direct contact in recent days.
You know, the time that it's going to take. This is going to be your attack. The U.S. attacking. It's going to be some kind of bad news alongside all that kind of stuff. More than likely, it's going to be more economic pricing in, and then at some point, some kind of resolution. This is, if you're looking for like poly market kind of stuff, this should be sometime in May. Sometime in May there should be a turn, and you know what's even more fucky is that this could even become a trade to 560. Believe it or not, in the month of May, it could get even uglier. Like 5,600, I think is easy. I think like wicking this and the big candle right here, easy peasy if things get out of control. Things can get out of control.
Has been reactivated in recent days, according to a U.S. official and a source with the knowledge.
And I don't think for a minute that it won't get out of control. I'm a little scared.
What's been said before, that the U.S. official and the source with the knowledge said Iraqi sent text messages.
Like comparing, let me just mute this here.
The war.
Turn that off. Mute this for a minute.
Voice news disconnected.
I'll tell you what. Like, they can push this shit down. Like whenever I hear them, like, they'll talk ceasefire and then it'll go away. Look at Ukraine. Look at Russia. I don't think people realize that the U.S. is not fucking around. The U.S. is not Ukraine. It is not Russia. It is not looking for an out. No matter what anyone's telling you, the U.S. is not interested in that. You do not spin up what they're spinning up. And there's a lot that they're spinning up behind closed doors that is not public. This is a rollout similar to Iraq. That's what's going on behind the scenes. If you can't see it, you don't have any family members that see it or are being told about this. People are being put on the ready right now. Not even the ready. People are being called up right now. Everywhere. So I just want you to know that it's not Ukraine, it's not Russia, and also it's not like our response is not the same as those two nations or what you'd expect here. So and there could be other stuff that we don't know with China going on behind the scenes, that maybe China thinks that this is a weak moment for the U.S. It's not. It's a trap. It's a fucking trap. And I'm warning you out there from my experience. I was in U.S. Army Command. This looks like a fucking trap for China. And not only a trap for China, it's like a tease. Like, come on out. Look at us over here. We're in a problem. And like, we can't be spread this thin. I think that's fake. I think that the U.S. needs to do what they're doing right now in Iran to deal with China. So just be really careful out there, okay? Extremely careful here. Oh, wait a minute. Did I draw that down? Sorry. So anyways, into the close, the way is lower. That may have been the top. The way is down here. And a straight line down to, well, it's not straight line, but the target is 656.61. Oh, hold on. You saw the zigzags. You already know what those are. You don't need me to fucking draw in every bounce down here. You know it's going down here. I'm going to give you till Wednesday to do it, although I think it happens sooner. I think they bounce us off here into, well, let's just draw it like this. I'll give you time. I'll give you till 2 p.m. Just like that. These are your expectations. And you know how we have to get there. We have to get out. We have to smash into, smash below the hourly trigger, right? Fight our way back up. Smash down here. Fight our way back up again, right? And then new low, sideways, and then down into, or sideways, and then plunge on FOMC. So, fuck, can't get over this real quick. Sorry, my mind is like a million miles an hour with how much money I just left on the table. It's really gross. It really is. It's disgusting. But I really need to. I really need you to understand out there that like even Pravorsky, some of what he's saying. Initially, when I read what he had to say, I'm like, I disagree. Then I'm like, I agree with him. I would not compare this to Iraq or to Ukraine and Russia in any way, shape, or form. There's bigger things at play. There's other things at play with AI. There's things at play with new economy and governments to serve them. And there's one thing I can give Trump is that no matter what they're doing, this isn't just Trump either. It's the Senate. It's fucking Democrats are the same way, that you think they're doing something for you or to fix something, but then the back end they're fucking trying to monetize and powerize it. You're like the last person that gains anything, if you gain anything at all. You're like, oh, this is good, and then you find out in the background that there's ulterior. Like you're killing one bird. What do you say? Kill two birds with one stone is the saying, right? So like you should think about that. You're killing 4 or 5 or 6 birds when you're in control of it all. Just be conscious of where they are, what they're doing. Remember that Trump is a like a massive lame duck, and his whole term is a lame duck. So he's living up to the lame duck. He's living up to the lame duck presidency. Or if you ever read Wikipedia, it explains this better to you. He'll do as much that he wants to do. That, like, he'll do everything he possibly can while he's in power. And he's got 4 years of knowing he's a lame duck. It's not like he's got 4 years and there's uncertainty in the next 4. It's 4 years and he's done. So the midterms are turning against him right now. So the people that pay him are like, you have to do this right now in case you lose the midterms. Like, you have to do this right now. And he's going to do it because he's lame duck. Lame ducks can do whatever the fuck they want. They're going to do everything that pisses off everybody. And, if they do it now, they know they get shit done. And then they'll deal with the constituency afterwards. And if they get that bonus, they do. If they win the midterms enough where the Senate vote goes to the vice president, they're clean and safe. They can go back to doing what they need to do for the next 2 years. So just be really careful is my point. Be extremely careful where we are. This looks like that's the top. That, for me, that's the top right there. And you need to be, let me just get rid of this YouTube thing over here. For me, that's the top right now into next Friday. You might get one more equal leg to go down into the open tomorrow. And if you're looking for that big move up to the daily trigger, I bet you that the new low on 56, 57, that'd be your place to get to the daily trigger. But the daily trigger is going to be lower anyways at that point. So just be conscious. Next few days, things are devolving under the surface, even if the news is not talking about it. They're talking about it a little bit, like the little bit on the China jet fuel issue. You should see other countries start to talk about that with inputs into fab plants. You should see these nations in Southeast Asia, maybe even I said brownouts the other day. They could try to get as savvy as they want with buying time for damage, but that this crunch, it'll be a crunch. It's like a crunch where things start devolving quickly, and you should see panic at some point. And the street is going to try to price that in, even though they're not telling you that's going on. There's damage being done actively to the Asian economy that will have a knock-on effect into the United States. Not good to say, but they're not going to tell you that because they want to panic you. But it is happening. So, God, that sucked. God, there's so much money right there. Look at that fucking beautiful rip. Oh God, this is where I told everybody in the Discord to get long. It went up 41%. Fuck, Jesus. I'm just gonna be calm. Get me out of the stream, so I can go outside and cut some of this wood down those trees that I cut down into little logs, please. Go spend some time in the woodshed. Oh my God. Oh, can't believe I missed that trade. I just watched my calls go to the fucking moon. And then I watched them start turning down really fast, and I'm like, I gotta get out. I gotta get out. Oh. I'm gonna try to make a highlight reel on that. Oh God. Okay. Be careful tomorrow. Be careful of an early expiration. Even if you don't get the early of expiration, you still have like the sideways trade. If you don't get the expiration down move on Tuesday, you're still gonna get the sideways trade, and then you got OPEX on Wednesday. I think the Jensen's speaking too, like 12 to 2 p.m. Again, I don't think he's done speaking, and then we get a so fucking furious FOMC decision at 2 p.m. Which should be like a non-event. And I don't think you're getting a cut or a hike. I think you're getting I think you're gonna get like wait and see. That's not good. You might get a little volatility blow off from like 2 to 2:30, but then it should turn bearish thereafter. It should with the contract roll. So watch this close right here. I think we hit the high. I think we're done. I think that was it. Maybe one more up on tomorrow. Maybe one more up tomorrow. If you're not short here, you should be. You should start getting short, or at least like put spreads, that kind of stuff. You saw what I drew earlier. Start putting put spreads on for like end of April. Probably do it right now. Probably get the prints sooner than that. Get outs when you get the prints, 56, 57. And then we'll jump on them again in the first week of April from a high on the daily trigger down into the end of April. So you'll be able to take that trade twice with time and safety. Oh, God. So soul crushing. It's so soul crushing. More down expected here. We're going to check back test this half an hour trigger. Let's watch this closely here. Actually, this should be back here, and this should be down here in case you want to see one more high. I think this one's risky right here into tomorrow's open, but we'll see if that happens overnight. God, fuck me. I hate hitting everything right to make money and then did everything I'm supposed to do the right way. 100% perfect. Now I'm going to go beat myself up for the next 18 hours. Fucking soul crushing. What does it say here? Trump signals coalition to force open Strait of Hormuz is not ready yet. Some are less enthusiastic. Iran and the U.S. have been in direct contact in recent days. Trump gets options to end Iran war daily. Trump is that's from NBC. Trump is presented with daily with options to end the war in Iran. He hasn't taken any so far. The off-ramps are a standard part of war planning, which also includes possibility for escalation. The White House decides to pressure on Iran. They're not off-ramping. I'll tell you right now. Like, for the U.S. to off-ramp here is going to be like a it ain't, if you see an off-ramp, that means that Iran is given in. Do not make that mistake. Too many people have. It's just like Saddam Hussein thinking that the U.S. wasn't going to invade. The U.S. I've told you this story. I've told you this story in the past. People fuck with the U.S. and every time they think the U.S. is not going to do something, and it's like every time. And like the one thing that you have to understand about the United States is that, like if you threaten something or if you begin to do something that disrupts the world order in the background, the U.S. is not the kind of country that like prepares for that potential thing to happen, and only if you do it will they show up. Like they'll let you like do all that stuff. The moment that you make that threat, think about it like a street fight or something. Like when some guy's out there and he's mouthing off to you, and the guy that's yelling at you is thinking that if he just gets loud and mean, or he makes you fearful, that you're gonna back down and walk away. The U.S. is not that country. The U.S. is like they'll feign that. They'll listen to you screaming, yelling. Maybe you take a swing or something, or I don't know. You start ripping your shirt off to make it how big you look or whatever. The U.S. won't wait. They'll just come out and take a big swing at you. They will knock your fucking block off, and they won't stop until you're fucking down and dead. And that's a lesson that so many countries never pay attention to. So I don't see the off ramp for the U.S. I wish there was an off ramp, but I don't see it. So, and if there was an off ramp, like the next day or two or whatever, it would be something where they're not telling you that Iran has conceded defeat. It has to be something like that. But I don't see Iran doing that. So I don't see it in the cards, and I don't see the U.S. de-escalating. They're not that country, which sucks to say. You're asking the wrong country for de-escalation. The moment that the U.S. feels threatened, they escalate. Even if you don't see it, they're escalating under the surface, and they're just waiting for the one opportunity to come after you. Now we used to be like that. Now we're just actively going after these countries, not even waiting. Just a whiff of anything, and it's like it's time to do it. I assure you of something here. We've talked about this like AI thing for months and months and months on end. Like if you think that the U.S. is willing to be caught left-footed, it is not the case. They will not. They will press the issue. They will do the research. They will develop the AI. They will build the infrastructure, the data centers. They will build the power for them. Then when it comes time to fight, if they think for a minute that they're going to lose, they're going to go after you. This is how we got into World War I, World War II. Every major war in the last few ages, we've been there to fight it, or Europe has been there to fight it too, when we were not a world power. This power goes back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Not just the formation of the U.S. It goes back to before that, to the Western power, basically. And the same people are in charge. Nothing has changed. You think the U.S. is like their own thing, but they're not. Same money. You know, I've said to you in the past, like look at the Wells Fargo stagecoaches that went out to California to take the fucking silver that was mined. You know where that silver went? Europe. That's where it went. Europe. Those banks are all still around today. Those banks have been around. When those banks were formed, they were backed by the people from the East India Trading Company, power and money from Europe. And these fucking people don't fuck around. I warn you that you might not know it, whether they win or lose. They're not gonna stop. So, and the time in this happening. It's like AI takeover, robotics, all the shit that Mr. Huang's talking about. Every day that candle's burning. The clock ticks and ticks and ticks and ticks. And if you think the U.S. is just going to give in to it, oopsie, maybe we lost or something, that's not how it happens. The question becomes more of how much pain is it going to be? It's going to be a little bit of pain. It's going to be a lot of pain. How painful it's going to be, and who's going to feel that pain the most. It could be us. It could ultimately be us too. We could lose this fight, but I think they won't show up and do it on their own. You know, like whenever time I hear like, oh, we got to be ready for China in 2027, I'm always like, that means the U.S. is ready to fight that war today. already. They're like ready to go today. And they'll probably put the wheels in place to make that, to force the issue. That's how dangerous it was in the Cold War. Like, we're in the Cold War with like Cuba. That was no dicking around. The U.S. will fuck shit up. They will cause World War III. I don't know how old all of you are out there. I was not alive at that time, but from what I was told, we weren't fucking around. Like, it got to that point. It got to that point of we're going to annihilate the war and we don't give a fuck. That's the U.S. We will kill everybody. So we're heading into that same situation again right now. And no, the U.S. won't back down. You'll have to concede at some point. And they're certainly not going to do it with Iran. It won't be Iran. It'd be China, if anybody. It'd be the two of them. They decide if they're going to annihilate the world or not. Yes, 100%. It's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely fucking crazy. At any rate, off ramp. I don't see it. Maybe we get a little bit of the Pravorsky. Yeah, we're in ceasefire talks. Ceasefire talks are good, but I don't. This train is running really fast under the surface. The damage that's being done with Hormuz is running really fast, and the U.S. knows that it has to do certain things to get that strait open, and more so permanently in case we go to war with China. So I don't see the U.S. Giving up control of the Persian Gulf, nor control of the Strait of Hormuz. And let me ask you guys a serious question here. You've got the fucking full might of the U.S. military going where? They ain't going to Europe. Well, they got people in Europe, but we're moving a lot of our forces where? East. East. That's where we're going. East. We're not going to the Middle East. We're going east. The L is for logistics and oil. Okay. What else I got for you guys? I think that's it for right now. Be careful of the downstroke into tomorrow. Be careful of expiration being priced in tomorrow to the downside. Price target down below, it's going to be below 660, 656, 657, somewhere in there. If we can break 657.50, that opens the door to new lows into a month end. And we've got the catalyst for it next couple days. I'm just reading the story right now from Khomeini. No U.S. narrative on this. This is a perfect example right here. You've got Iran's supreme leader survived strike by minutes. There's an account of it. The only thing you got from the White House was he's probably disfigured, when the U.S. should have been in front of that story so they could write the narrative, a counter narrative to Iran's story. We are failing the propaganda war right now, information war. There's a nice little dip by here in the close for a pop and drop tomorrow. It's a nice little trade here in the bell. We're not slipping under right now. Normally we'd slip under this in cash market. No slipping under, so one more pop and drop would be on par for tomorrow. Watch out for the pop and drop in tomorrow. Would have liked to have seen us underneath this number, or underneath this hourly trigger into the bell. Then you get the after hours sell. One more pop and drop in it tomorrow. This is maybe you get one more in here. One more pop right here. And tomorrow. Watch out for the pop in tomorrow. You might get one more chance to sell. I'm going to see my daughter perform tonight. Can't wait. You guys have yourselves a great evening. If you're a seller, if you caught a high to sell, you're fine. If you haven't, there should be one more pop on it tomorrow's open. Should be. This isn't looking too bearish right now. Still not underneath the hourly trigger, half-hour trigger. Nice strong close. If you're not already in weekly puts, you might get one more high to grab. Just see if I can check anything else here. MOC imbalance. Let me post this for you really quick. Fuck my life, dude. Can't believe that happened. I can't believe I fucking lost that money. I'm so fucking mad right now. Can't fucking believe it. I'm parked in that fucking trade. Dude, I was just with I was just with pro traders. You could just check me in the pro traders. I'm like, get long right here. Like, like twice. I'm like, this is the bottom. This is the bottom. We're going up. Like we both times go up. It was the fucking dopest trades. Like it was the fucking creme de la creme. Like this trade right here. Like we called this trade in the Discord pro trader. We called this trade right here. I think it was right. No, where was it? It was even lower. Let me show you where we picked the trades. So for your midday trade, we picked the trade right here. This one, right there. We called this one, and then I told them to get out here. I told the Discord, so I called this one. And then people were like, "What should we do here?" And I was like, "Don't do anything. I'll tell you when the next buy." And they're gonna flush it over here. As soon as we flushed, I went into the pro channel and I said, "Get long right here." Like it was actually in the half of this bar. It wasn't even up there. It was just right there. So get long right there. Very next one, and there was the big squeeze. That was a. Fuck me, dude. So mad. 0.55%. Beautiful trade. There's one more. There's another one. Just a heads up. We didn't slip underneath for this bell, so there's one more trade to the upside. Price target 672.77. If we squeeze into tomorrow's open on this, sell the open. If you're getting long for this close, sell the open. If we pop up to 672 in the bell tomorrow, don't even ask me. Just sell the open. Take the money and run. Then switch to a seller. If we're under it, we'll squeeze up to 672, change, and then take the roll. What Cap is talking about is exactly why the U.S. will lose this battle. Hubris and overconfidence. The Iran you're dealing with, get the fuck out of here. Fuck off with that noise. Hubris. Man, dude. The only hubris is the hubris from the only hubris is thinking that the U.S. has got hubris. it's the only hubris. The hubris is underestimating the U.S. and a lot of lives have been spent on that hubris, not American lives. The real hubris is it's always been our enemy. That's the thing that shakes me to my foundation on this is I've been told that so many fucking times. It's not how it goes. And the more U.S. death, the more death like beyond it. You know, if you lose 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, that means your enemy is going to get multiples higher. The only hubris is probably the shit we're consuming on like Reddit and stuff, X and wherever else. People that are afraid of Iran. I think the world should be afraid of the U.S. If you're be afraid of anybody, be afraid of the United States. Yeah. Yeah, Goliath, I'm with you on that. What are you saying? What is Yuri saying? Israel takes the role of CENTCOM. Yeah, they gotta go in and rout Lebanon first. They gotta rout Lebanon first before the CENTCOM Israel takes over CENTCOM, but they're gonna. Israel will take over as our. I agree with that statement to some extent. Yeah, you guys are like there's a lot there. Like Yuri said a few things here. You got to understand that like we're coming into this time frame where like AI is going to become important. If you look right now, you can't like just shut down Taiwan. You can't shut down Korea, Japan. You can't go to World War III with China and have like I want like think about this. Like you guys got to think about this deeper than just topical shit. Like what I'm saying to you is not what I want to happen. I'm telling you what logic dictates. Like these people don't fucking care about anything that you think matters. Like these people care about like our allies are Japan, Korea, Australia, parts of Southeast Asia, and let's say we have a war with China. You really think that because we're supposed to be the nice guys, oh, the Houthis are fucking around, or Iran's fucking around, or we're at war with China, that China and Russia would not, as a proxy, go into Iran to shut off the flow of oil to our partners in Southeast Asia? I'll just ask you simply. Do you want Japanese people, South Koreans, Taiwanese, Australians to die? Is that what you want? Like, let's be honest with you. Like, that's what it is. So, no. So that's not going to happen, or the U.S. is not going to allow that to happen. The potential that to happen. If you don't think that China's working towards AI, Gen AI, a million miles an hour, you're out of your fucking skulls. And if you think the U.S. is going to tie their hands and arms behind their back and their legs, I'm not saying this like that I want this to happen. I'm just telling you what is happening. And like the perspective of these corporations and these the corporations, the governments, and even if Europe is telling you, well, we don't want to get involved. Yeah, they don't want to be the bad guy, like good mommy, bad daddy, bad mommy, good daddy. Maybe they don't want to be, but behind a closed fucking door, they're okay in this, just like that. Good job, keep doing it. We can't do this with our people, but we'll tell our people we're against this. So my people like bad guys Trump, right? keep thinking from either from like our emotions, or we hope happens. We speak like, I don't want this to happen, so the Iran's going to destroy the U.S. You're making the big mistake here, bro. But then it happens, right? Like the reality of life in the world is a lot different than what we hope or want or dream to happen. And that matters for money. So I got to be honest with it. Even when I take my hat off doing this with you, my thought process is different. But the reality of what the U.S. is and what they'll do knows no bounds right now. And this is going to amplify the closer we get to the end of the year. When you're listening to Jensen Huang talk about what he's planning, think about out of your one side of your mouth, you're saying, this is fucking awesome. But then out of the other side of your brain, you got to think, if these things happen, do you think that China wants that to happen? Let me ask you the question. Like, do you think that China wants to see hegemony from the U.S.? Do you think that they want that? Every country right now is wondering, like, whose AI is going to win, whose data centers are going to win, whose robotics are going to win. You can see the panic. It's crystal clear. It's right in front of us all. It's not. You have to be at some point rational. Hey, play nice, get along is not how the world works. It never has worked like that. Sucks to say that, but please don't take anything I say as like how I feel or think about these issues. I'm just trying to be honest with you. Where most of these like entities will not be honest with you. Please don't ascribe me to this. Like, Cap is for this, because I'm not. I think all this shit should be reined the fuck in, and that you and I should be making these are big decisions for new economies and new governments to serve them. But we're handing those keys over everywhere, and all of us willingly are. We had the lowest turnout since the 50s, I believe, or 60s, in our voting. They did their job. None of you showed up from neither party. You're all infighting here on the internet rather than voting how you think. Like, Republicans didn't show up, Democrats didn't show up. It was like 30% of either side showed up to vote. The rest of you are all slap fighting each other and winning internet arguments. But in fact, the wheels are turning behind the scenes, whether you like it or not. And right now, even if you don't like it, you're not doing anything to have a say in those wheels. So when you see these things happening, that's the truth. Same thing when I show you the industrial buildings build-outs, or I show you the machinery build-outs. Those things have been going on now for years and almost decade and a half. So while we're all here plebs doing our thing, the wheels of this stuff continue to move on, and you're being left behind in the decision-making process. So that's all. Just a dose of reality versus what we hope and wish or placate. And so, anyways, there's danger ahead. We have a couple weeks here for some. This is also why you're here. Hey, the U.S. is being given an out. Why do you think they're saying that? You got to think about like why they say these things. Like when have you ever heard anyone say they're giving the U.S. an out? When was the last time you heard that? And why are you hearing that? You're hearing that because people that know that there's damage being done in the background. They're panicking about the destruction of the economy. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I don't see I'm like, you're looking at this the wrong way. Yeah. And I'm a Dem, guys. Like, I'm a bleeding heart fucking Dem. I'm saying this stuff to you. Like, I'm a fucking, like, bleeding heart. Just trying to be a realist with you. Or how it affects the stock market, at least. There's danger here. There's real danger. Okay. It's 4:10 in the afternoon. I'm going to let you guys go here. We haven't broken underneath the hourly trigger. I'm just checking here for this last few minutes, see if I can take a long into the not close, but the 4:15 close here. We haven't got anything lower. want you to have a great night. Please don't blame me. Just nothing, just the messenger. That's it. I'm trying to guide you guys through a lot of the noise and bullshit of the news and the market and what's really going on. Keep your eyes on that Mexico drone shit, and I bet you they're going to deploy that shit. I'm not always right, but you guys know I tell you things, and 70% of the time, the things that tell you are going to happen in the future happens. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.